Whoop, whoop. There it is. Oh, man. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, gosh. The meltdown has begun. The absolute meltdown, the attacks. Get ready. Get ready, because I have a good feeling. I have a really good feeling. I had to run upstairs. I was holding the coffee. I was spilling it. It's on my hands. I have a really good feeling that soon Shawn Ryan is going to be overcome with a sense of evil and demonic presence in his heart. I think that's what's going to happen. I think they're going to be saying that quite a bit. And honestly, they might be right. They might be right. I mean, he hosted Candace on his podcast 4.5 hours. I was like, I was thinking 2.5 hours. I was like, whoa, this is going to be long. I saw 4.5 hours on Patreon. I was like, what is happening? What's happening? Oh, they go into when she was a kid and all sorts of stuff. It's wild. They go into her growing up. She talks about her grandfather. She talks about their living situation, parents' divorce. I mean, it's a great episode, quite honestly. As you guys know, buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. Great way to support the show. Oh man, I had a great picture. Someone shared a great picture of what they thought I looked like with the headphones and no hat on, and it's gone now. I might have to find it myself. Their page got deleted. I had nothing to do with it, okay? I enjoyed what they showed. I have no idea why the page got taken down, but they had such an excellent picture. But you know, we'll find it. It looks like if for the older people in the crowd, Damon Wayans, back when he used to be on In Living Color, and they would have that guy, he'd be that guy that'd be like 2 snaps and around the world, you know, that stuff. That is who they said I reminded them of. And I was honored. Because that was my favorite back in the day. That was my absolute favorite. So your boy's not even slightly mad at that one. Not even slightly mad. It's an honor. To be thought of like Damon Wayans in any way, shape, or possible is an honor. There you go, guys. The link is now pinned. You guys can check that out if you'd like. And then also, of course, as you guys know, we're on Spotify. 850 reviews. When I first asked you guys, we were at like 700 reviews. We were at a 4.2. Now we're at a 4.4. When it comes to what our podcast is rated as, guys, thank you so much. If you're not following, please follow over there. We update the channel the same way we update the YouTube channel. It's great. Anyways, let's dive in. Oh yeah, also good morning to every single person except for this person. The person who did this. Not good morning to you. Okay? Not good morning to you. But everybody else in the chat. There's 1,400 people. Good morning to all you guys. But not this person who did this. Absolutely not. I like the hat. Maybe I do need a hat that says mama. That I can get by. Okay? But the rest of it, the crossed eyes, you know, no good morning to you. Someone said Wendy. Mike Riley said Wendy Williams. How dare you? That's not Wendy Williams. That's me. It's me with blonde hair. How dare you? Anyway, I'm not saying good morning to that person. I laugh so hard looking at this picture. This person doesn't even like me. They did this as an insult. They don't follow me. I don't even think they like me. But I was like, I gotta show this on the show. There's no way I'm not showing this. People, listen. Whether it's hate or it's love, when you put in this type of energy, I'm in. Coach Wendy, Coach Williams to you, actually. Who is this? Side-eye certified? Whatever, side-eye certified. Whatever. Your mama. How about that? Anyways, guys, let's jump in. Candace Owens, Shawn Ryan. I simply said, is Shawn Ryan evil and demonic yet? because I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I know it's going to happen. I know it's coming. He's going to be evil and demonic very soon. It's already starting. Somebody else said, what did somebody else say? Somebody was like, oh, they're going to call him Russian. Oh, I think I even have it here. Yeah, someone said, yeah, perfect. Kelly Fox. Or a deep state Russian op like Candace. That is probably the next step. That is probably the next step for Shawn Ryan. He will be a deep state op, and there's nothing that we can do about it, okay? Nothing we can do about it at all. Let's jump over here. Let's get into the reactions. Man, there was a lot of reactions to this whole podcast. X went wild, absolutely wild, more so with hate, because all the people that liked the interview were too busy watching it. It was 4.5 hours. Everybody was just sitting back like, oh my gosh. It was a good interview for $5. I'm just saying. Listen, I don't know the guy. You know, he actually tried to take down my channel one time. Him and Rogan at the same time tried to take my channel down. It was something to behold how they did this real coordinated thing against me. It didn't work, but I still like the podcast. I gotta say, they'll have a new plan tomorrow. Shawn's whole existence, seeing as their failed mission of Andrew Wilson trying to get Baron to trip up, failed miserably. Yeah, it's gonna be something, man. It's gonna be something. Shawn Ryan's gonna get it. Yeah, he's already getting it. Look at this. This is the same lady that actually insulted. This is the same lady that insulted Candace's child. So she chimes in as the voice of reason, I'm sure. Says Shawn Ryan is one of the biggest disappointments out there. Oh man. Oh, so sad. Why so sad? So sad. Oh, just so upset, huh? Oh gosh. Yo, so upset. You should hit the button. Shawn Ryan's a disappointment. Oh, whatever. And Candace simply just said, she just comes out of the gate. She's like, I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed it, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Oh man. Anyway, I saw some people streaming it, things of that nature. I don't do that. When people stream it and do things like that, it makes me sad. It makes me sad just like this. But it's paywalled content. It's kind of illegal. If the Shawn Ryan channel wanted to give you a copyright strike, they could easily do that. Snap of a finger. That's exactly what happened when somebody took Candace's book club material and posted it online. You can't exactly just do that. For the people that did, whatever. Like, have fun with it, I guess. I saw Blake doing that. He was just sitting there like, not Blake Neff. Blake would have been sitting there like, that's what Blake Neff would have done. I'm talking about Blake Benzinar. He was just like, completely sober, by the way. I've never said anything to the contrary. He was just sitting there like 4.5 hours, didn't say a word until 45 minutes in. What? Hey man, you're stealing. What are you doing? But it's fine. It's completely fine. It did good. It did well regardless. And it will be up on YouTube today. I would think. I've been following Shawn for a long time. Around 6 p.m. we're going to see it come live on YouTube. And I have all of the tea, all of the breakdown. I already have my timestamps laid out. I mean, it is some amazing episode. But Andrew Colvett did not think so. Andrew Colvett did not think that this was a good episode. He simply said false, absolute lies, and garbage. Now, what he said this to was actually Candace discussing the fact that Erica Kirk left Charlie's funeral a little bit early, or the memorial perhaps, a little bit early, so she and Andrew could call the surgeon and get the whole Man of Steel thing in motion. Now that is crazy. And I have to say, even with this interview, even with Candace doing this interview, even still, there is a chess move afoot. She did this beautifully. I have to say, she knew she's going on vacation, easing in almost halfway into the vacation. And then the next thing you know, boop, the interview drops. People are going nuts. It's like she never left. I mean, very smart on her part. But again, Andrew is very, very upset about that. Bren, he is one of the famous Fed sloppers, Candace haters. He's very upset about that as well. I'm sure, he came out of the woodwork. He came out of the woodwork. I'm not going to say he gets paid or anything, but, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it's possible. Listen, people get paid for all sorts of things. People get paid to do something strange for a little bit of change. People get paid for all sorts of things. I don't know. Maybe he did. But anyway, let's jump in. Right now. Yeah, Bren is awful. He says peak R word, tardation, restart tardation. Isn't that what people say? Okay. Anyone who actually believes this garbage from Candace, dude, that's not a phase. That's terminal stupidity. Oh, is that the new thing? So cool. All these Donald Trump-esque insults suck. They suck. They were funny when he did it. It was funny first term around. I liked it as he was running. It's done now. These type of insults are dumb. They're dumb. They're boomer-esque insults. They don't work anymore. That's over with now. You got to come better than that. Okay. Just make them comfortable and move on. They can't be saved. Oh, he's very sad. He's very upset. Who's also upset about this? Oh, of course, Blake Neff, the zesty Blake Zest, as they call him in some circles. That's what I've heard. That's not me starting that rumor. I have heard that from multiple sources, is that they call him Blake Zest. That's just what I've heard. He says these people are constantly make up the most unhinged and repulsive lies. They don't care about finding the truth at all, only hurting as many people as they can for engagement and attention. Yeah. Hey, man, did you use Charlie Kirk? Did you use a potentially AI recording of Charlie Kirk? Hey, man. Hey, guy. Hey, fella. Hey, Blake. Did you sit on the Charlie Kirk show every week doing his show with his name at the bottom? Do you use his YouTube channel to post things? Do you and Andrew use his YouTube channel while Andrew actually promotes his separate YouTube channel? That's weird. That's odd. That's an odd thing. That's an odd thing to bring up, Are you sure? Did his wife bring up selling as many hats as possible on a Zoom call just 6 days after he passed away? And the only reason they sold so much merch is because he passed away, because he died? Oh, okay. All right. Just trying to figure out who's doing what for attention and engagement. Sorry about that. We can scroll down. Sorry. As I was just confused. I was trying to get some clarity there. Andrew says this is not what happened. Oh, goodness. And then guess who answered? I always tell you guys, when Candace goes on vacation, we're not the only people who get the Candace jitters where we're like, oh, where's the podcast? We're not the only ones. She gets them as well. Candace actually speaks up for Andrew. She says, which part specifically are you trying to say is false, Andrew? Do not wiggle out of this. Do not wiggle out of this one, because I am 100,000% certain Erica was on the phone when you spoke to Dr. Trotter. It was a 3-way call. The surgeon did not go rogue. The quotation about Charlie being the man of steel and eating healthy came from her. So what specifically are you claiming is false? My best guess, with the way you lie, is you're going on some technicality, like we didn't step out of the funeral, although it was on his funeral day. Get specific, Andrew. Oh gosh. Now there's questions to answer. Oh no. Oh gosh, Andrew, what do you think was going to happen? See, because they always do this when she's on vacation. They always, I feel like Jody Chase said this. Jody Chase on X. They always come for Candace when everybody is sleeping. Everybody's sleeping and she's on vacation. That's the only time that they really come for her, is when they think she's on vacation and everybody's asleep. But, Candace said something else here. She says, "Are you saying Justin Strife didn't call my husband? Are you saying the FBI wasn't in communication with Turning Point USA asking if I had recorded it? I have proof of both. So get specific, you malignant liar. Which piece of this are you describing as absolute lies?" Now, that is another part of the interview where when she spoke to Erica and she got that information that I just told you about, apparently what happened afterwards was they called her and they said, "Did you record that part of the conversation? Did you record that? Did you record Erica saying this?" And then the Bureau contacted Justin Strife and Turning Point to ask if she had recorded that information. So not only was Turning Point like, "Hey, did you record us saying anything?" The Bureau was like, "Was she recorded?" First of all, that means the Bureau knew about her and Erica meeting up. I'm telling you, from what I've shown you in terms of Graham Allen, what we've seen with Gary, what we're seeing with these guys, what we're seeing with Andrew Wilson now getting hired as the liaison. I mean, I believe the emotional asset thing so much. And now you're telling me the Bureau was like, hey, could you find out? Let's make sure she didn't record that. Why? That would only be if you were trying to kind of prep some kind of story, or if you were trying to make sure that when you do come out with one story, that someone couldn't come out with something else completely refuting that story. I believe the emotional asset thing beyond belief now. It is crazy. And then Andrew, when he actually put this whole thing out, I mean, he just got lit up. I mean, this is way too zoomed in. I mean, I feel like I'm looking at my mom's phone. You know what I mean? My mom's phone is so zoomed in, just so zoomed in. Everybody just went off on Andrew. It got to the point where for a period of time, I'm not making this up, for a period of time, he actually turned off his comments. Sam Parker, he said, "What part is false? Be specific, please." Wow, somebody else said, "You effing liar. If she were lying, you'd be specific and say exactly what she was getting wrong or falsely repeating. You guys are effing cooked. No one can save you. Now you speak. Care to explain why you lied?" I mean, it just... These are, I'd get off X. If these were my replies all the time, I'd be like, I'm out of here. Look, if somebody shows me a picture of Erica holding a sniper rifle from a movie she was in, talking about Fort Huachuca, I'd be like, I'm done. I'm off. No, guys, I'm not doing this. Blake would be like, get back on X. I'd be like, no, man, I'm done. This is crazy. What are we doing? The podcast sucks now. We're ruining the company. Can we just at least not get berated by people? Can I please just not get berated by people? Candace needs Be Specific Andrew merch. That would be incredible. That would be so good. Be specific. If she showed up after vacation with just that shirt on, I'd be like, oh, perfect. Just perfect, you know? Anyway, as you can see, the reactions are not all that good. Even the quartering arose. He arose from the Cheeto dust to speak on Candace and Shawn Ryan. Of course. Candace Owens is restarted. I love that I can say that now. Restarted. That's how people say it? Okay. And Shawn Ryan just sat there like a clown and let her talk. He's totally destroyed his credibility. You know how crazy it is that when Brian Harpole was on the podcast, Shawn Ryan's podcast, Nobody had anything to say like that on this side of things, on the quartering, Cheeto dust, liaison, et cetera side of things. They had nothing to say. They were just like, oh man, like, huh, that was a great interview. Good job, Brian. Now Candace is on there and they're like, I can't believe he let her talk. How dare he let her talk? Why would he do that? Oh my gosh. He let her speak? That's going to destroy his credibility. What? Are you sure, man? Are you sure? Like, you're going to see, like, from the reactions, it's almost like they feel like Shawn Ryan should have just opened the interview with a straight up uppercut. That's the only thing that'll satiate these guys. It's the only thing. He was supposed to open the interview and just go, bah! You're a liar. That's what he was supposed to do and get taken away in cuffs. Ben Shapiro would have been like, that was a great interview. Okay. That was a fantastic interview. I was watching it last night. I'll admit I was watching it. I was cuddled up with Matt Walsh. Get back to work, Matt Walsh. And I was sitting there with Matt Walsh and we had a great time. It was a fantastic time. We were snuggled up. I was inside of his beard. Ben Shapiro uses Matt Walsh's beard like a beanbag chair. I don't have a skit for it, but it came to my mind, so I'm just saying it out loud. Okay? I'm just saying it out loud because it's a good image to picture. Matt Walsh's beard's like this. He has to lay back like this because Ben Shapiro says so. He lays back like this, and Ben Shapiro gets inside of his beard and uses it like a beanbag chair. Anyway, I don't know why I had to say that. Anyway, let's keep going. A beard bug. Let's keep going here. Of course, the quartering got lit up. Oh man, so sad, so sad. I thought he got off X. I don't know. I don't understand why he's back. I don't know. Again, can't say any of these guys are getting paid, but they definitely pop up. They just pop up out of nowhere. It's very interesting. Natalie's back again. Natalie's like Instagram videos of her like rubbing a dead body. I was like, what the F, dude? You know who that's a quote from? Shawn Ryan himself. Shawn Ryan really let it out in this interview, just so you guys know. He really let it out. You're gonna see. He really let it out. When I'm gonna make a standalone video just of that. All the moments they go off on Erica Kirk, it's kind of spread out throughout it, so you won't see it all just in one chunk. But there's one point where Shawn Ryan is just like, he's talking about the whole thing where she's rubbing his hands and saying, I miss you, baby. And he's just like, what the F was that? He's like, you're using your husband as a social media post? I was like, whoa. I'm like, easy, Candace. Who's Candace? Who's Shawn Ryan here? What's happening? Oh, Shawn went off. Shawn's letting it all out, man. Shawn was very quiet about this for the longest time. And, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But he's going to get attacked. It's going to be wild. Then the person says, Erica's, the person who attacked Candace's child. Okay. Sorry. Moral high ground? Okay, thanks. Anyway. Erica Kirk's casket video wasn't weird to me. Yeah, of course, you attack kids. So things aren't going to be weird to you. Certain things are going to be completely normal to you, right? First off, I don't know what I'd do in her shoes. No one does. Not even the widows out there. What? That's that type of gaslighting that only they can do. They do it so well. So well. Not even the women who have gone through the exact thing know what they would do. What? They just have memories. What do you mean? They just have memories. Anyway. Someone said, what? We need Coach on mainstream covering news and skit. Oh my gosh. Me on the mainstream news. Are you kidding me? They'd send me to UVU. Oh, they'd send me to UVU with a pager and a microphone. Are you kidding me? What? No. That would be right away. They would off me. So quickly. It'd be crazy. Erica is a unique case, all her own, with maybe Jackie O and Coretta. How dare you, Coretta Scott King, for company? How dare you? Just for that, we're not reading the rest of it. Nope. No. And you wrote a dissertation? Get out of here. Comparing Erica Kirk to Jackie O and Coretta Scott King. Do you know what Coretta Scott King did when Martin Luther King passed away? She went and raised her kids. You know that? She didn't do no I Have a Dream speech. Did you know that? She just went and raised her kids, you know, and they sued the government. You know what Jackie O did? Jackie O said, you know what? I should probably go raise my kids. I'm just saying, I know it's wild. I know it sounds crazy, but that's exactly what they did. They said, yeah, we're just going to fade back. Okay. Because we're pretty sure we know who offed our husbands, and we don't want the same thing to happen because we're the only parents here. See, that's what happens. That's what happens when there's no chance you had anything to do with anything that happened to your husband. Jackie, and listen, I'm not saying Erica knew anything, okay? But I will say, Jackie O and Coretta Scott King did not get a call from Victor Mark saying, don't worry, you're safe. They only wanted your husband. They got him. You don't have anything to worry about. They didn't get any calls like that. I'm just saying, you know, it's a touch different. Man, how fast if somebody told me, and I'm in law enforcement, and they said, well, after this person passed away from a firearm shot, allegedly, and someone texts the wife and said, oh, don't worry, they just wanted your husband and they got him. You have nothing to worry about. You and your kids are safe. How fast? Not even hands behind your back. I'm kicking in the door. Where is he? Because we got to go kick in the door. Hey, Officer Tatum, you coming? Officer Tatum? We got to go kick someone's door in. Hey, you want to go kick in someone's door? I'm Delta trained. You already know about me. Coach. Let's go get him. I got handcuffs. We'll leave him prolapsed if we have to. Whoa, hey, buddy. Whoa, we're not doing all that. Just relax. We're just going to take him into custody. You know, me and Delta trained Officer Tatum kicking in doors, man. It's my fantasy. Anyway, let's keep going. And you know what? Just to talk about the interview again, very interesting. Candace talks about, Candace has mentioned in the podcast that she felt like she had handlers around her. In this interview, she actually names one of them. Very interesting. I want a little background on her before I, make an episode about it, because I didn't know this person at all. So she talks about that person, and it's while she's talking about Kanye West. She talks about Kanye a lot in the podcast as well, in the interview. So she talks about handlers, talks about people around her, and exactly what she talks about happening to her is exactly what we see happening to Charlie Kirk when he decides to have Tucker on, and that whole timeline happens, and Megyn Kelly, and he's receiving calls and everything. They went through the exact same type of thing. And the only difference was that Candace kind of broke away because she was just like unruly. She was just like, I don't care. I'm going to do whatever I want. And Charlie didn't break away. He thought he could softly just disengage, and he thought he could go about it a different way. Candace was very loud about it, and Charlie was very quiet about it. That's the only difference between the two situations. Very interesting stuff. Anyway, let's go back to these morons, huh? Candace continues to sexualize lies about people. She calls Jeremy Boring a maniacal homosexual man. And she does. Listen, this guy, Brett, he makes up a lot of lies. But gosh, is he correct about this? She does call Jeremy Boring a maniacal homosexual man. with a straight face, mind you, a very straight face. And this is where she's talking about the situation with Brett Cooper and how they decided to handle her whole situation and have her friend take over her podcast and that whole thing. So Candace Owens just throws that. Not only is that absurd, is it really absurd? It's not based in any actual reality. I don't know. We'd have to check his pantry for fiber. Because if there's a bunch of fiber in his pantry, I've learned from Officer Tatum that means he could actually be that way. That's what I've heard. Okay. My main source of news is Officer Tatum. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that about me. Okay. That's how I stay up to date. She has a long track record of sexualized lies about people, which kind of reminds me of crazy feminists on the left. People still trying to do the left versus right thing. It's almost like you're pulling out a CD. You're at a party and you're like, man, I got something you guys need to hear. And everybody's like, what the hell is that? You're like, what do you mean? This is this, you guys, huh? You guys, everybody's like, where's your playlist? What the hell? This guy, we got aux cords. What are you doing? What is this? And you just have a CD. Huh? The Dems, man, rhinos, huh? And everybody's like, get out of here. Go to the party next door with Mark Levin. Get out of here. He's like, I just thought, nobody wants to hear that stuff anymore. Anyway, I just found that very funny because she did call him. She did say, let me see. It's like right here. It's like right here. Let me hear it. There was just a maniacal homosexual man doing this. Oh my gosh. Oh God. Oh God. You know what I like about this? I'm in a good mood, Somebody says Shawn Ryan is a CIA fraud. Well, when you position your language like this, you have to understand what you're saying. You're saying that to the agency, he would be considered a fraud. That's what you're saying. Learn English properly when you're formulating things, and you won't be in this situation because you're saying he's a fraud to the agency, which means that he's on the right side of things. Well, you messed up. Hey, try again. You still got a keyboard there, right? Okay. Try again. Don't worry. It's okay. You guys make tries as you want. It's a keyboard. Anyway, let's keep going. Just through these whole things. There's a lot of Bren. A lot of this Bren guy. He's like no sugar Gary, He's like a zero sugar Gary. That's what this guy's like. You don't know if he's really real at all. He's just like spent 8 years in Southeast Asia. Well, okay. And husband and dad commenting on culture. It's like, you sound fake. I don't know. You sound like a fake person. I don't know. But who knows? And then he's very upset because he says what Shawn Ryan did for Candace Owens, Diet Coke Gary. Yeah, that's what he's like. That's exact sugar-free Gary. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's not good. It's not good. Gary's it's just like any drink you could have. It's not good. It's already not good for you in its regular form. And then you bring the sugar-free, the diet version, and it's even worse. And you're like, what is this? Why do I even have this? He said that is this a PR massage? Who's sexualizing things now? I wonder if Shawn Ryan did the moral thing and actually pressed her on bullying, harassing, and slandering a widow. And Shawn Ryan calls himself a Christian, right? I really don't like, let me tell you something. I try to stay nice about things. I really don't like when people who are of other, I'll just say other religions. That's all I'm just going to say, other religions. Say, oh, you're a Christian, right? Or they're like new agey, like occult people, and they're like, well, you're a Christian. Hey, you don't believe in what we believe. So how are you trying to hold us to any standard? What? Don't worry about us over here. Okay. You're not with us. You're not Christian. Don't worry about what we do as Christians. You know, it's just crazy to me. It's the worst. It's the worst when people say that. Oh, you call yourself a Christian, right? Name three things in the Bible. What are you talking about? Do you know anything about Jesus? Do you know the good news? Have you heard the word? If I look at you and I say God is good, what do you say back? If you don't say back all the time, we don't have to talk about this. You've never been in church, all right? Don't worry about it. You know, you're allowed in church. We don't say you can't come to church, but you're definitely not, you know? I don't know, it's just silly. And he says, yes, it was a PR massage. You know, it's not a PR massage. And, you know, there will be some people that will say things like that in regards to this interview. And I kind of understand why, because in interview land, what people what they expect is that the person doing the interview is going to be an all-out a-hole like Caitlin Collins, the very handsome Caitlin Collins of CNN. They think that the person's just going to be like that. And that's not how everybody does interviews. You know, like I don't even like how Joe Rogan interviewed Kash Patel, but it's like, that's what Joe does. He talks and he has a casual conversation and he makes the person laugh and they laugh together, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, okay, like I get it. You know, Tucker, when Tucker sat down with Nick, when Tucker had an interview with Nick, everybody's like, oh, he better call him a Nazi. You better tell him what's what. It's like, no, he's not going to do that. He's just going to talk with the guy because they're starting to meet each other. And also when it comes to the Shawn Ryan interview, especially as you listen to it, they're on the same page for a lot of different things, So people thinking that he should like push and be like, you're harassing a widow and you're doing this and you're doing that. Maybe they like each other. You ever think of that? Maybe they're friends and they're not going to do that to each other. You ever think of that? You know, that doesn't like occur to people. They just think like, well, I hate Candace, so surely he will hate Candace or I will unsubscribe from his channel. Oh, just wait. There's certain things he must say and do or else I will be unsubscribing. And my one subscription will make the whole domino effect take place. No, it's not what happens. You know, someone said it'll be on Friday. Yeah, no, okay. I thought someone said Friday. Nah, it's going to be like 6 p.m. I think it's going to be. I'm pretty sure because I remember doing this exact same thing with the Brian Harpole interview where I got a bunch of video like ready to go. And then by 6 p.m. it came out and I was able to like release everything that I had. So I'll be doing the same thing pretty much at the same time, bringing the highlights. Anyway, Danks. Going back to Blake. Danks doesn't like Blake. Or he really likes him. I don't know. Blake Benzinar just said Candace Owens is a bad person. And that he will not stand for this kind of blasphemy. Is that what he said? Okay. Mm. Oh, you guys can't hear it. Oh man, I gotta reset it. I don't know why it keeps doing this. It's just something that pops up. No. It's playing. It's 100% playing. For some reason, I have to like reset it. I don't know why. So I have to actually stop sharing my screen. I have to share my screen again for some reason, and I have to go back to this video, and then I actually have to click it, and then I actually have to set reset, and all of a sudden the screen sharing thing doubles. I have no idea why it does this. It seems to do this every time I get to a certain point in things. I don't know. But here, let's see. Let's make sure that this came back. Add it back to the stage. Hit it again. Can you guys hear it?
Not on the Kool-Aid would have done the same thing. There's no reason for her to have done what she did to me, say to me, text me, do to her millions of followers to me, other than she is a bad, 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 bad person. And this right here is my mission, because I will not stand for this type of blasphemy. So she has met someone that she probably did not anticipate encountering in me.
That's so interesting that he feels like when someone speaks poorly of him, that it's blasphemy. Hey, man, hey, you're possessed by a demon. It's okay. It's okay. Exercise it out. You got to repent. You got to go to church. You got to say, I need prayer. You tell the prayer team, this is how it goes. You tell the prayer team, hey, I need prayer. I have something dark inside of me and I'm completely sober. I'm always completely sober. Just tell them that, because that's what it is, right? And then after that, they pray for you. And then you say, I need an emergency baptism, please. There's something very dark in me. That's what you say. Once you say that to them, they will understand. Believe me, you'll be at a church. They got a tub ready. Some of them have the tub on the stage. They just got to move a panel. They'll have it ready for you. They dunk you in. I think in your situation, your eyes are going to roll back in your head and you're going to start speaking in tongues. And there might be some black type of stuff that comes out of your eyes and your mouth. And once that's done, you're good to go. You're good to go. You're back, you know? That's all I think he needs there. Because once you feel like someone speaking on you is blasphemy, you're far gone. You're not too far gone. You're never too far gone, because Jesus is powerful, but you're very far gone. You're very, very far gone. She said something to me and it's blasphemy. What? Hey, man, aren't you just a guy? I thought you were just a guy. I don't understand. I thought you were just a guy, you know, just, you know, I feel like you are just a guy. Let's get back to where things actually make sense away from Blake. Let's go back to Gary. You know, you never want to go full Blake. We'll come back to where things actually make sense. We'll come back to Gary. Look, what does Gary have to say for us? Candace, the Russian psyop. Oh, look, the new Russian mouthpiece spewing anti-American propaganda being shared by Russian state media. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Gary. Thank you for just bringing it back. Just bringing us back to where we need to be. Thank you very much, Gary. So in this part, I should talk about this. I feel like I want to expand on this. There's a Tucker Carlson clip that Rosie, my researcher, shared with me. And I feel like it links to what Candace is talking about. So I think I'm going to come back to this at some point. But she does talk about the president. And she talks about how the president actually has this want to win, which we know he does. Businessman. He's always been, a businessman. He's always been a winner in the business realm for the most part. You know, always wants to win. Always, names with his buildings with his name on it. You know, so okay. But then she likens it to. She says he lost and then he wanted to win so badly that he was willing to do anything to win. And then she talks about how he even made a deal with the devil. Now, obviously, what she's talking about is the Adelson money, or the $300 million, because I don't think it all came from Adelson. He raised $1 billion, like, just in case anybody's confused. Kamala raised, like, I think it was almost $3 billion. Like, it was some gross number. It's crazy how much money she raised. And then, the president, the now president, he only raised like $1 billion some odd dollars. Right? Just $1 billion, just a small billion, just a little bit. You know what I mean? A little pocket change from Elon Musk. There you go. But, but she talks about how he made a deal with the devil. And there's just so many things when you start to think about the fact that he says, I don't think I'm going to get to heaven. This is before he takes the money. So he takes the money. Then he says, he talks about this lady he took money from, says that she loves Philadelphia. She loves a blue and white flag more than she loves a red and white and blue flag, right? He laughs about it. Then he says, I don't think I'm going to get into heaven. Then he starts doing everything with the war and allowing Philadelphia, quote unquote, to do what they want to do with Iran and Lebanon and all sorts of things like that, right? Limbs everywhere, limb extravaganza, just everywhere, right? And it really makes you think, you know, aside from that lady that he took money from or the people that he took money from. Yeah, I don't want to say like, did he take a deal with the devil? But it's like, I don't know. I don't think it's the craziest thing to bring up because he's so different. I brought it up the other day when I was watching this video of him talking about Candace Owens. I mean, just everything about him was different. His energy, I don't mean the energy of like, hey. I mean, just when you looked at him, it was different. And now it's just, it's like he's a shell. And the reason I say this is because you see this with a lot of celebrities. I mean, I'm sure there's tons of before and afters of celebrities. I know there is, you know, I mean, come on. Are we gonna get into this? Or are we gonna get into this? Here, let me pull it up over here. You know, let me pull it up right here. Let me just do like a real easy one, before and after. Right? There's tons of these. There's tons of them. Right? There is I don't know why this picture keeps popping up. I don't know why this picture keeps popping up. Is Sam Smith. This is Sam Smith, right? There's tons of him before and after, right? You see him here, right? And that's him now. And then before, it was like he was just a beautiful twinkie nice boy with a beautiful voice. And then he turns into this other thing, and it's like a shell. It's like this weird shell where he literally looks like he's trying to look like the devil, you know? Like, there he is. He was just normal. He was just a normal guy at one point. He was just a regular dude. You know? You can see this with Madonna. You can see this with Eminem even. I mean, you see this with a lot of people where they just seem normal and then they become shells of themselves, you know? And I mention Hollywood and celebrity because they are known, you know, to actually make deals with the devil. I mean, Katy Perry literally said, I made a deal with the devil. You know, like Bob Dylan literally said, I made a deal with the man himself. And the guy's like, God? And he's like, no, the commander in chief. Like, you know, it's a known thing. And, you know, I know he's the president and he's a politician, but before he was a celebrity, right? He wasn't just a billionaire. He was a celebrity. That's really what he was. It just makes you think. Someone said, find Bob Dylan. You never seen the Bob Dylan clip? You never seen it? You never seen the Bob Dylan one? Oh, man, come on. I don't even know if I can find it. I know it's on YouTube. Give me YouTube. Give me some YouTube. You never seen Bob Dylan talk about selling his soul? Oh. Here, let me just. Am I the only one that can ban one? Am I the only one that can ban people? Honey, I can see her in the chat. Are you able to ban people? Because I'm quick with it. Bob Dylan. Soul. Let me just write soul. Soul. Spell it right, Colin. There you go. Sold. Let me just write that. Bob Dylan, soul sold. There he is. Talking about it. Here, check it out.
You still don't think that?
Oh, come on. I don't need your music. No one needs your music. They don't need it. No one needs your music.
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where
I'm not doing the music. I'm not risking it. I always see Baron, and he's like, nah, I can't play this as music. He always does that. And it just makes me think like, okay, maybe I should stay away from it. Here's another one. Come on, no music.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And on this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
It'd be real easy to say Jesus, right? It'd be really easy to just say Jesus if you were talking about Jesus, which he's not, you know. But it really makes you think. It really makes you think, like, who are they talking about? Right? And it just makes you think about the president. And it's like, was there something that he did that we're just unaware of? Was there something he gave himself over to that we're just completely unaware of? We just have no idea. I think there is a very, very good chance that something like that happened based on what I've seen when it comes to the let me just grab this here. When it comes to what I've seen with celebrities, what I know about the occult, what I've seen in the symbolism, what I've seen happen time and time again with dozens of celebrities, it's not off the table, you know? So I don't know if she was going to that place, you know, but we'll see. We'll see here. I just get rid of people ASAP, you know? Let's just go here to the next person. What's her name? Britta. Britta is apparently a real person. Apparently she worked for, wow. Even her intro, hold on, let me switch over here. Even her pay, it says Christian wife tweeter, Candace stole my joke. Wow, that's how dedicated to Candace she is. She put her in her bio. That's weird. So Shawn Ryan, this is another thing. I'm telling you, Shawn Ryan is going off in this podcast. Not all the time, but there's key things where he says he loves seeing people like Jeremy Boring get totally destroyed, says that Jeremy Boring will never do anything big again. I'm sitting here laughing right now because Shawn seemingly has no clue who Jeremy Boring is or what he brings to the table. He brings nothing. He brings nothing to the table. It's like he's mocking a caricature of Jeremy Boring he created in his head. This is so funny. I mean, it's just like a different world. What Jeremy Boring brings to the table, hey, his name's Jeremy. His name is Mr. Boring. Go watch his podcast. It's brown. There's a dog. He has a dog in his podcast, and it just sits there and it's just like this. It's just bored. You know, it's a big, nice dog. Do you know how hard it is to make a big, nice dog like that bored? They're always having fun. They're having fun looking at things. They're having fun just being around you. They're having a great time. Even just to wag their tail, even just to be near your feet. They get to be on a couch and the dog's still bored. He brings nothing to the table. What did Candace call him? But either way, people are very, very upset about what's going on here. I'll show you one more. Yeah. Just going through the react. There's probably so many more that have popped up. You have no idea. I mean, my notifications have been going crazy. It's like there's 20 notifications every 10 seconds. It's crazy how many people have popped up, like just like mad. It's wild. Look, the quartering's back at it. You know, right now the quartering is calling Shawn Ryan a total coward. The quartering of all people. The quartering calling someone who's worked as a agency contractor doing God knows what, and a dude who was a Navy SEAL. The quartering is calling him a coward. Do you see how crazy it all gets? You know, you see how crazy it all gets? Oh, now all the Fed sloppers are out. Oh, gosh. The Fed sloppers are out, ladies and gentlemen. One of them is even attacking John Bray, which really tells you what's going on. Really tells you what's up. You know, there's so much going on. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will. Oh, wow. Just stop. Wow. Don't worry. I'll pull it all up for you guys. I'm not just going to look at this and not show it to you guys. I'm just bookmarking it so I can bring it over to you guys. That's all. Melania Trump says she's in full support of the LGBTQAI2SI LMNOP community. Wow. I mean, everyone who voted for Trump is just pissed right now, you know? Everyone's so mad. They're all so mad. Everybody's so pissed. Everybody got hoodwinked. Everybody's pissed off. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. It's so crazy. They're all so pissed off. How could you not be? His wife came out and said that? That's the last straw. Watch. That's the last straw. She came out and said that? Oh, gosh. That is the last straw. She just made 10 million groypers because of what she just did. One of the videos brings love, and one of them glorifies death, destruction, and evil. He sold his soul to the highest bidder, chasing whatever popularity today. None of these podcasters are trying to bring truth. And I have to read this. None of these podcasters are trying to bring truth. They're just recycling each other's lies, feeding off of one another until they're all sloshing, disgusting word, sloshing around in the same pile of puke. Hey, man. Hey, don't talk about me like that. Okay? Just don't talk. You're talking about Candace. Why do you have to bring us all up sloshing around in puke? Why are they doing that? It doesn't feel like that, guys. It feels like we're all just having a good time. We're just all in the chat here, right? Are you guys sloshing? It's disgusting. I'm not sloshing around. Absolutely not. You know? Candace says he took Trump took $300 million from the people that run Vegas, which I had no idea about. You know? Candace is pretending Jeremy Boring is gay. Here, I'll get to the last one. Let's we're talking about sloshing and puke and Jeremy Boring being gay. It's just too much. At least you're not boiling and yeah. I'm not going to show that comment by ReDS3055, but I know what you're talking about there. I'm not gonna post that comment, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Nick Fuentes was more sad that Charlie died than Erica Kirk. That's what Candace actually said in the interview. That's essentially what Candace told Shawn Ryan. Nick wouldn't even agree with that dumb statement. I kind of would agree with that statement. What is this?
Did no one tell you that you shouldn't be on a Zoom call laughing about emojis 6 days after your husband got killed?
It's so true. Nick made I watched the whole thing. He was very somber. He was very upset. And he called for all of his audience to not celebrate what happened to Charlie. And it was one of the most serious episodes I've ever seen from Nick. He was very pissed off with what happened. And he spoke beautifully about Charlie. Oh, you couldn't hear her? She's just talking about. Couldn't hear her again? No way. Really? Anyway. He was very upset with what happened to Charlie. He spoke almost like he spoke, dare I say it, very presidentially. Like he gave a very, very thought out, good speech. And it was wild that no one in Turning Point gave as good of a speech as Nick did. I never comment on it because I never comment on his stuff. I watch his stuff, but I never comment on it. But that's one thing that he really did do. He did seem more upset than most of the turning point inner circle. He seemed more upset because he said it was like the guy was his adversary. They were enemies in a sense, but he didn't want to see that happen to his enemy. He actually wanted to sit down and debate him. He wanted to do what Charlie wanted to do. He wanted to sit down and debate ideas and talk about these things and hold Charlie accountable for what he said or what he's doing. That's all he wanted to do. So he was upset that he didn't get to do that. And he was upset that now the guy's gone. You know, it was very interesting. Very, very interesting. And then one thing that that Shawn Ryan does push back on, there is one pushback. Yeah, I'll agree with Bren here. There is one pushback that Shawn Ryan gives, because Candace talks about Philadelphia being behind what happened to Charlie, and he pushes back and says, "Why not you? You're a much bigger opponent than he was. Why would they go after him instead of you?" And that's when Candace actually brings up, and I guess it's news, Batman and Joker. That's exactly what Nick and Charlie were like. That is exactly it. Exactly it. That's a good comparison. That's exactly what they were like. Because if you remember in the comic, the Joker actually, if you ever read the comic, the Joker actually loved Batman because without Batman, he didn't have anything to do. Like, he actually liked him a lot. That's why he never told anybody who he was, but he actually knew who he was the whole time. He actually understood completely who the guy was. He knew where he lived, but he never told anybody because he loved the fact that there was always a Batman. He loved that when he did things, Batman would show up. He loved it. If you ever read the comics, and Batman actually needed him because Batman felt this duty to go out and constantly be fighting people because he was always fighting for his parents who passed away. He was always trying to defeat the people who took his parents out randomly in the random act of violence. So he always needed to have that battle going on. So they both needed each other in such a crazy way. Little nerd thing there. But then that is where Candace explains to Shawn Ryan that Andrew said it was supposed to be her. And Shawn Ryan is shocked. Like, he learns a lot in this interview. And that's one of the things he is taken back when she says, Andrew told me it was supposed to be me. And he's just like, what are you talking about? There are so many things that he learns in this podcast from Candace Owens. Now, does he actually not know that, or is he acting? I don't know. I feel like everybody knows, but also I get it because I'm in it, right? So I can respect that, not everybody is talking about this every day and looking into this stuff every day. So maybe Shawn Ryan doesn't know at all. So, but it seemed weird. It seemed weird that he didn't know. Yeah. Shawn ain't been watching Candace's show. Maybe. I mean, it's weird because you just go, Shawn hasn't been watching his show, but he has 10 people around him all the time. So you think out of the 10 people, especially one of them that is charged up with knowing what's going on in social media, none of them turned to Shawn and said, this is what Candace is talking about, or Candace brought this up. Really? That would be like someone from his team dropped the ball. Not even a cameraman, not the coffee guy, no one, not a friend, no one. Shawn's friends with Joe. Joe knows all about it, but Shawn doesn't. Shawn's friends with Tucker, like, you know what I mean? It's really hard for me to believe that sometimes. But again, not everybody's looking into it. But very good interview. I enjoyed it very much, and I can't wait to bring you guys all the highlights, because that is going to be the first thing I'm doing. And honestly, I don't think people realize this, and this is part of the reason why there's going to be so many attacks. This is the biggest platform that Candace has been invited on, right? She's been on Joe Rogan before, but not now, right? After she's done all of this stuff, all of this stuff, after she's become the person that she is. The biggest platform that she's been on has been her own platform. But being invited on another platform, this is the biggest one. And this is the longest interview she's ever done. So very interesting stuff. Humanizing. They really get deep into the Charlie Kirk stuff, and it's really woven in. So it's not like they just talk about Charlie Kirk the whole time and then they just talk about other stuff, or they talk about other stuff and then build up to Charlie Kirk. They actually weave it in. So they'll talk about her life. I look a little blurry. Are you guys drunk? You guys drunk? Huh? I don't know. I look fine. I look great. I actually look pretty great. But they weave it in. So it's at first they're talking about her life, then they talk about Charlie a little bit, then they talk about her life again, then they talk about Charlie a little bit. Hey man. What's your name here? Me Lucky Clover. Hey, are you listening? Hey, listen up. I know Candace is the big platform. This is the biggest one she's been invited on. Listen, Me Lucky Clover. Guys typing and not listening. Watching the podcast on mute because your boy looks so good. What's the matter with you, Me Lucky Clover? Not so lucky today, huh? Depending on how you look at it. It is pretty lucky. Out of all the things I saw, your thing. I mean, that is kind of lucky. That is kind of lucky. But you're not paying attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. It's the biggest one she's been invited on so far. Hopefully, next is Rogan. But I kind of doubt that. Rogan can't do that. I don't think he's allowed. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think he's allowed to have Candace on the podcast. That's just me. That's just me. I think there's certain people who will be like, no, you can't do this. You know, they're gonna be like, Peter McCullough was far enough. You can't go Candace. I don't know. I think eventually he'll have Candace and Nick on his podcast. Eventually, I think eventually it's gonna happen, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Anyway, let's jump into the next thing here. Great interview, by the way. Many attacks. Oh my gosh. Huh? Okay. Hey man. Hey, Clip Weaver. Hey, clip this, Clip Weaver. You're not paying attention. I said Candace has been on Rogan before. You okay? I said she's been on Rogan before, but not as she is now. Okay? That was almost 10 years ago she was on Rogan. Okay, man? All right. Anyway, pay attention, Clip Weaver. Clip it. Okay? Make that a clip. Put that in your clip and smoke it. This stupid dad joke. That is such a dumb dad joke. Anyways. Love you guys. You guys are all great. I'm going to go find that picture that someone said I look like, because, you know, it's only right. It's only right that I find this picture here. Damon. I don't even know how to spell Damon. Damon Wayans in living color. Gay dude. Yep, that's me. I don't know what happened to that person's account. That person's account got taken out. I was like, what? They won't even show it. They're saying I look like this dude. I need a clear picture of it. Him with the hats on. They found the perfect picture here. Whatever. I'll show you who they were talking about. They were talking about these dudes. They said I look like this guy. This is who they said I look like. They said I look like this guy. Let me zoom in on this image real quick. Hated it. Yep, you guys know exactly who I'm talking about. Here, let me switch over. Yeah, they said I look like this dude here. Oh, it's not even zooming in. So dumb. But they said I look. Oh, there it is. Bang. They said I look like this dude. How dare you? Absolutely, just ridiculous. How dare you? Whoever that was, whoever that person was, how dare you? But they showed it where he had a little black hat on, and it actually looked like the headphone. And I was crying laughing just by myself at night trying to research. It was the perfect picture. It was so perfect. Anyway, yeah, he literally had a hat on like this, just like that. Whatever, man. Whatever. It's an honor. Damon Wayans. You guys don't even know about Damon Wayans, man. He's one of the best comedians. You guys have no idea. Honor to be considered looking like Damon Wayans. Anyway, let's jump into more of this Andrew stuff. I had to say this to somebody today because they keep on pushing this this weird narrative. What? It just went away. Oh, because I closed it. My bad. This is worse than pulling a Baron. I just messed up here. Let's get closer on this one. So I was saying how no one from Baron's audience cares about this. There will be no damage. In fact, the only damage that will take place is Turning Point firing Andrew Wilson as the official Charlie Kirk conspiracy liaison. I said it. Did you watch the MK? Yeah, I did. They mentioned Charlie Kirk. I actually did watch that. And that is what I needed to mention to my researcher. That is exactly what I needed to mention to my researcher. Thank you so much. Number two, there was an oversight committee discussing MK and they mentioned Charlie Kirk, and I need to find the timestamp for when they mentioned Charlie Kirk, period. As well as some timestamps of various things they discussed in that oversight meeting. It was crazy. They mentioned Charlie Kirk in the oversight committee meeting about MK. I mean, they didn't suggest he was MK'd or anything, but I mean, it was just a very weird oversight committee. Now, the reason I said this to someone is because someone's like, if Baron Coleman keeps avoiding Andrew, the damage to his credibility will be immeasurable. I mean, these people, how am I supposed to think that these guys aren't getting paid for doing this? How am I supposed to actually come? Look, someone just said, who's Andrew Wilson? You know what I mean? It's just, how am I supposed to think in my head, this guy's just doing this just because? How am I actually supposed to think that? What investment? Who are you? What investment do you have in Baron Coleman or Andrew Wilson that he's just completely keeps reposting this exact same weird thing over and over again? He says, you can lose a debate and survive. Looking forward to have one as much as harder to recover from. The optics would be an unmitigated disaster. I mean, it's just so dumb. It's crazy. So now there's this whole clearly coordinated push to try and get Baron to, for some reason, have a debate with Andrew. I talked about this yesterday. You guys know how I feel about debates. There's nothing gayer in the world. There's just not. You couldn't convince me otherwise. Okay? I just don't get it. Man. No one cares about this in Baron's community. No one. I know. I'm in the community. I just want him to keep doing things. That's it. I just want to keep hearing him talk about stuff with Daisy, and that's it. And I know a lot of you guys feel the same way. I want to see the podcast keep growing. That's it. I just want to see the podcast keep on doing what the podcast does. I just want to keep on seeing it. Someone said poetic arguing. I just want to see the podcast keep growing. I just want to see him get to 1 million subscribers. I just want to see one day that he has 50,000 people watching live or 100,000. That's it. That's it. We're not waiting for him to debate Andrew. That's not a thing that's happening. Maybe his weirdo audience is waiting for that debate, because this guy survives on debating like Destiny does. Maybe that's what's going on, but none of us care over here. You're going to get fired. Okay. Turning Point's going to be like, okay, we got to get rid of you now. You didn't do what you said you were going to do. You promised us that you'd debate Barron and embarrass him. He literally said in the video, he's going to be crying under his bed. How is he 40 and 14 at the same time? How do you do that? How do you become 40 something years old and 14 at the same time? Crying under his bed. Talks like a villain from an 80s movie, you know, whose dad is like the mayor. You know who my dad is? Huh. When you find out, you're going to be crying under your bed, loser. You know, just a terrible movie. Michael Douglas is in it or something like that, you know, just his little bed. Yeah, his little bed. It's crazy. It's crazy. Barron has 8 kids. And they're all his. Oh gosh, no. We don't get petty like that. No, we don't get petty like that. That's uncalled for. Oh, it's uncalled for. Sorry about that. Anyway. We don't get petty like that. I'm sorry. But anyway, just to hear how everybody's thoughts. Someone said, I don't miss a Barron episode. And honestly, I wouldn't want to watch a debate because Andrew Wilson is a waste of time. Right? Somebody else was, it's difficult for them to take him down. His viewers literally spend hours with him a week while he answers their questions live. They watch him in groups with their spouses and kids and friends. It's incredible. Barron isn't a cult. It's a movement. You know, we've watched every minute of this play out. He's going to fizzle out before the first person gives him the time. Yep. That's 100% true, especially because he's just aiming for Barron and Candace. Like, you're not, no, no one's doing that. Andrew is some paid Turning Point USA 2.0 shill. Barron doesn't acknowledge low-hanging fruit. I do. I have the time for that kind of thing. Barron's working out like FOIA things, and you know, him and Daisy, they're like doing like chemistry, and they're figuring out things, and they're meeting up with people in parking garages, and they have trench coats on, and they're like, hey, you know, you're gonna give us the information, and they're like, listen, there's a couple of guys in the agency that told me this, but I can't tell anybody. Understand? You and Candace are in big trouble. You guys better watch yourselves. And Barron's like, hey, don't make me have Daisy pull out the old snub nose there. You're going to give us this information or what? I'll call you a source on the show, but don't you dare try and threaten us right now. Hey, listen, I'm not trying to do anything rude here, anything. Okay? I came here with the information. I got the documents. Here you go. Are you going to do what you promised? Yeah, I'm going to do what I promised. I'll call you a source on the show. Let's go, Daisy. You know, they leave in a big Cadillac because he's Columbo. You didn't get the joke. He's Columbo. He's Dick Tracy. That's a real thing, right? They're doing that, and I'm just like, did Blake say anything zesty? Okay. Can you find me? That's what I need from my researcher. Candace just said this about Jeremy Boring. Find me the zestiest picture of Jeremy Boring that you can possibly find. One where his legs are crossed in an obscene way, tight pants. You understand me, Rosie? Go and get it. That's what I'm doing. That's how my newsroom works, you know? Anyway. Find me the zestiest picture. I need his hair. If he's ever had frosted tips, I need you to find me a picture with the frosted tips. You understand me? Find me a picture of him hugged up with a man, very close like, big smiles on their faces. Okay, and that's what we'll put in the thumbnail. You understand me? That's what I'm doing, you know? It's different shows. Oh, I love that voice. I could do that voice in those type of bits all day long. All day long. Find me a picture of him sitting on Ben Shapiro's lap. I know Ben Shapiro's small, but there has to be at least one picture. Go ahead and find it for me, Rosie. Go out there and get it. If Candace said he's a homosexual, he has to be. Go and find me the picture, Rosie, please. You know? Anyway. And I mean that. I mean that. If she's watching, I really do need those images, please. The interview's coming out soon. It's coming out in like 7 hours, 8 hours. Come on, we got to get this on the show. Got to get this show on the road. Find me a picture of him and Matt Walsh hugged up, real close, like. Anyway, yeah, Andrew has been coming on strong, trying to force his way into the national conversation as TP. I'm going to say USA. That's not really the word you used. TP USA's new puppet. Coach, do you find it a bit odd that Turning Point USA unleashed their new? Are you saying Chihuahua as soon as Candace took off for 2 weeks? No, I don't find it odd. I don't find it odd at all. I think that's exactly what they do. I think it's what they do every single time. Every single time, this is what they do. And I think they do it with the full intent of trying to shape the narrative while she's gone. Because while she's not talking is the perfect time for you to fill the space, right? Barron hasn't taken any time off. That's why what Andrew's doing is not working at all, because Barron's there to fill the space. So people go, huh, if there's anybody who's like, who is this Barron person? And what's the debate? And then they go check out his show. They probably leave going, well, I don't really need to hear a debate. He kind of lays out everything he thinks pretty well. I mean, it's just not what he needs to be doing. That's my opinion. You know, who knows? Who knows? Next week, I don't know, Barron might lay the smackdown. I have no idea. I have no clue. I haven't talked to him about it. So he might lay the smackdown one day. Who knows? Someone said Lee Gazon. Oh, that was a typo. Did I write Lee Gazon? It was a typo. Sorry about that. It was a typo. The keyboard was being weird. You know, it was June. Just a day ago, it was June. So the keyboard was being all weird. Yes, Coach Colin, exactly this. It feels like they're trying to bait Baron Coleman into saying something on the record. Why? Because he's either very, very close to something or the potential to expose something soon. They do not realize how transparent this looks. That's also a thing, right? He's been hitting on some Candace and him have been hitting on some really interesting stuff. The pictures. And if you notice, Egyptian planes caused a meltdown. Fort Huachuca caused a meltdown. And now all of a sudden, the microphone theory that's been around for a while, when they start tackling it, you know, Barron's talked about it before. John Bray's been talking about it, but when Candace brings it up and now they're kind of double teaming it in a sense. Now, especially with the SUV photos, now all of a sudden it's causing this meltdown, you know, and I'm going to talk about more in that in a second, because they have another little attack dog that they've released who's basically trying to say, hey, everything that is said about the microphone theory is no longer valid because I exist. I'll show you that guy in a second. Andrew Wilson, the guy who crashed out and told a lesbian she licks schniz. Yeah, nobody takes that man seriously. I don't know if I should play that clip. I was looking at that clip today and I was just like, I don't know. He says a lot of wild things. He gets really mad at that girl. As a Barron fan, I can confirm this has no effect on me, and I will continue to tune in. That's my B. Turning Point USA is embarrassing themselves. It is very embarrassing. I don't know what they thought that was going to look like when they did that with this Andrew guy, but it looks bad. It doesn't look good. It doesn't seem smart. I mean, it's just weird. Oh, yeah, he tried to open the pickle jar. Did you guys ever see that? I mean, I have a large audience of women, and I think just for all the women out there, we should show the Andrew Wilson pickle jar thing. because he was really trying to make this woman look bad. It was like trying to put her in her place. Like, you can't even open a jar. And man, oh man, I hope I can find the clip. Where's the clip at? Let me see. Jeez. Let me see here. I think this is the clip. Here, let's throw this clip in here. Let me put it beside what I need it for. I think this is the clip here.
Than you for not choosing to, bend you over and you, because
that's crazy. Oh, God. Great way to start. Okay.
that's something you would have to be subjected to too, under your own force doctrine.
Oh, what is force doctrine?
You're also putting yourself.
Let me see here.
Sorry, I just want.
Is this the pickle jar? Where is the pickle jar? Sir, I appreciate your video. I don't know who you are.
Massive contradiction.
Is there a
talking
pickle
about
jar?
Debate perversion?
Why are you in the section when I'm looking for the pickle jar, sir? No offense to you. I don't know who you are, but there should be a pickle jar in your video. If you put it in the caption, there should at least be one there. Yeah, I can't even find it. Oh, man. If anybody finds it, let me know. I mean, when they go back and forth over this pickle jar, the girl can't open it. And he's basically laying into the girl because she can't open a pickle jar and she can't do things for herself. And this is what men do for women. And you can't open the pickle jar and you should be. Oh, come on. Is this it? Nope. And he's putting her in her place because she can't open this jar. And then the host, unknowingly, the host didn't know this would happen because the host also buys into this type of stuff. So the host is just like, he's like, here you go, Andrew. And he slides the pickle jar over to him. And then he looks and he goes, oh, I have to open the pickle jar? and then he tries to actually open it and he can't. And the girl's just sitting there like, oh, well, there you go. There you go. It's hard, right? And he's like, oh, you greased it up. You greased it up. My hands are all slippery. Oh, I don't know what she did to this. She greased it all up. It's all greasy now because of her. That's why I can't open it. It was the most ridiculous thing. Oh man, it's like this guy had it scrubbed from the internet. I'll try one more thing. I'll try YouTube. Just what? Yeah, he had lemur hands, basically. He had lemur hands, and he could not get the pickle jar open. Here, let me jump over here really quick. Andrew Wilson versus pickle jar. Let me see if that even pops up. Yep. Let me see. So it does pop up. Let's see if we can actually find the video. Huh? That is so funny. What? Wow. The Whatever podcast actually made a clip of it. That is dirty. That's a dirty thing to do. They're usually on this guy's side. And they made a clip of this? Oh no. That's not what you do. Here is the pickle jar in this video. Where is the jar? Okay, so now she's trying to open this pickle jar. Okay, check it out.
Olive jar. And
I have to open it right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It's easier because it's an olive jar, though. Wait,
My nail is fucking me up.
Yes, I do have a source for that. If you would like it, it's from the NIS. Anybody can find it. I just cited all of the statistics on it yesterday. Uh-oh. Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up.
You can do it. You got this.
All right, bro. I can't do it. Here.
All right. Oh my God. I guess, yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar?
It's like yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I do. This seems a little immature now. For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's just
slick
for,
now.
it's a little,
See, it
little fun.
is.
I got to grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My
literally-
shit's fine as fuck.
It's like, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my God.
No,
you're
it
ridiculous.
wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew.
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're doing
hand.
olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Back.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Okay, once the top is dry, if you still
But do
can't
we
get it
now
out.
need to allow her another opportunity with the
Yeah, give her the
towel?
paper towel so
Give her
that
the
No,
paper
I think
towel.
you should do it, Andrew. You're the big.
This is who Baron's supposed to debate. This is who Baron is supposed to be debating. All things about Charlie Kirk come to me now. What? What? This is sillier than everything I do on my podcast. And we're a silly outfit here. We are a high, silly outfit here. And this is who Baron is supposed to be. This is where Baron is supposed is. What is he going to show up to this podcast? Baron has to go to the whatever podcast. They're going to be surrounded by OF girls. Is that how this is supposed to go? And they're going to discuss Charlie Kirk and foreign ties. Is that how this is supposed to go? Really? I don't know, man. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. The Turning Point. Watch this. And this is the whole thing. And you know who put this together for Turning Point, right? Because there's only one person who watches manosphere type content at Turning Point, and that's Blake. That's Blake 100%. Blake is like, Andrew, he's the coolest guy. The coolest guy. Oh, man, he's the one. He's a debate expert. He's the one who got Andrew in line with Turning Point. Someone said Baron could have opened it. Yeah, because he has man hands. He has dad hands. You believe me. I have a wife and one daughter, and I open every jar. You have to. I can only imagine the pressure when you have 8 kids, and they're all like, Dad, can you open the jar? The pressure. You got girls and boys, and they're all looking at you to open the jar? Of course. See, that's the thing. This guy's wife has baby daddies, but, you know, when it's one of your own kids, my goodness, how you have to open that jar. Well, let me give him a chance. Does he open
Strong
it
man,
at
there you
least?
go.
I've never watched this whole thing before. Does he open it?
Oh, come on.
Here, I'm going to let some chats come
Angry.
through. We got some
Red
chats
Fox
while they're working on that.
donated
Red Fox,
$200.
thank you.
Deontology prioritizes intent, but threshold exceptions introduce consequentialist reasoning.
I'll let you
Yeah.
go first if you want.
No, Andrew, I greased
If
it all
moral
up. There you
rules are
go.
absolute, introducing a threshold is ad hoc.
Red Fox, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I can't grip the fucker.
Uh-oh.
Like, I got to have a way to grip it.
Jungle.
Andrew, I'm sorry. It's not.
My fingers slip
What a
right off the
backfire.
lid. My fingers are literally slipping off the lid. I just can't grip it.
You know what? Maybe the olive jars are harder than the pickle jars.
They're not hard to open, but I can't grip the
Oh,
fucking
me?
thing.
Watch this shit.
So you can't blame me for my greasy fingers now. Like, go on.
It's still greasy. The top of it's like,
You tried it with like 4
feel
million
it yourself.
He has gray in his beard, by the way. This guy has gray in his beard. You're sitting with some Gen X millennial. I don't want to say weirdo, but I am going to say weirdo. I'm not a fan of all her takes for sure. But this is what you're doing. This is what you're doing.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You know what?
Is that not greasy and
It is actually a
sticky?
little greasy.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking greasy.
I'm going to let...
But it's the top, not the
Lulu
sides.
donated $200.
Lulu, thank you for this.
Katara, you got good morals,
Who's
but you're not
Katara?
engaging with Andrew on the level in which he's challenging you.
Oh, he's calling me.
Here, you know what? Let me
Yeah,
comment.
this is not openable.
You believe in.
Fucking Fort
Read a
Knox.
philosophy book.
Here, go.
Just can't grip them.
Okay, now I want it to be.
I got
open.
this,
It's like pissing me
boys.
off.
Pisses me off.
Yeah,
Should we-
I know.
should
it's
we have
fine,
Jake
it's
try?
fine.
You'll see the same thing. It's
Come
just
on, bro.
greasy.
It is...
See? It's
My
fucking
hand's sliding.
greasy.
My
It's
hand's
just
sliding.
This is what happens when you don't have kids. You don't have kids and you're sitting around with OF models all day. This is what happens. This is the society. You know the old saying, hard times are made by soft men. This is the soft men making the hard times. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This is the longest I've ever watched this podcast in my life, and I'm disappointed. What is going on right now?
slides off of it, yeah.
Okay.
It's just too fucking greasy.
Yeah, you know what?
You'll get the same thing. Come in here, Jake. You think? Come on, you'll see for yourself. You can't get your fucking hand on it. Try it. Nah, you fucker. That was bullshit.
The guy who's working basically a blue collar job in the background, he gets it done. I mean, good God, this was crazy. These are the corners of the internet that I'm sometimes sloshing around in. These are the ones. Oh, I loosened it.
Bullshit.
All right. I just want to say for record.
We got a little olive juice. Let's get off the table. All right, guys.
I mean, just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Says that Baron has to answer his questions, by the way. Baron has to answer that guy's questions. Nah, man. Nah. You gotta have some kids, bro. You gotta have some kids or something. And listen. I'm black, all right? So I know about baby mamas and all that stuff. I don't have any. I have one, but I'm married to her, so she's my wife. But but I get it. But I think something different happens in you when they're. I'm just saying, there's biological things that set off when your wife is pregnant with your kid and your prolactin and all sorts of weird things start happening to you. Your socks get a little higher. You start wearing wider shoes. You know, you need reading glasses. You start saying stupid jokes. There's certain things that take place in your body. Okay. Sorry, Andrew. Someone said, Mike Riley said, Baron did 50 burpees this morning. I remember when we did our interview together, Baron's like, sorry, I was just teaching a CrossFit class. I was like, you were teaching? I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I just had to get that done. I was like, just get that done. I'm like, what are you talking? I hadn't even walked 4,000 steps yet. I was like, all right, well, I guess we're going to sit down and talk. I'd never talked to the guy before. And he does CrossFit. Anyway. They have fallen to the point where Andrew effing Wilson is their mouthpiece. Yep. It's very interesting to see. Very interesting to see. No one cares. No one cares about this. I think I care about this the most. I think I know Baron doesn't even care about this much. I care about it the most. And then somebody did what I told you guys I wasn't gonna do, and they pulled up his views. 32K, 72K, 61K, 24K, and they compared it to Baron's 300K, 343K, 430K, 279K. Good God. Good Lord. Baron. I mean, are you sure? I mean, somebody yesterday was like, Andrew, actually, Andrew has a huge following, actually. Okay. All right. I'm sure, guys. Anyway, that was just me. That was just me being petty, you know, as we do sometimes on the show. And believe me, Andrew, I don't want any problems. I mean, I don't want to debate you or anything. I mean, oh my gosh, how scared I am of that. I have a little bed, and I don't want to be sequestered to being underneath my little bed all that time. So please don't ask me to debate. It would just be too terrifying or anything like that. It's just, please, sir. I beg mercy. Please, sir. Just don't open that pickle jar of whoop ass that you would put upon me. Please. Let it remain greasy. Anyway. I'm being a jerk. Andrew Wilson, friend of the show. Friend of the show, man. Anyway. Brent, again, this is the attack dog that has been released when it comes to this whole microphone theory. So Bren steps in again. Bren is working overtime. Brandon was like, I haven't been around in a minute. He's like, Papa needs a new pair of shoes. Let me jump in. Someone said you just tap the bottom of the jar. You learn that stuff when you're a dad. That's the type of stuff you learn, you know. Candace, Ian, and Baron, farewell. Matt Tardito. Is that how you say that? Tardito is a former Green Beret. Okay, military intel. Okay, and actual explosives expert. Is he, or did he just make some? Literally built explosive devices. He's out here embarrassing every one of the Turning Point Erica Kirk haters, while you clowns keep riding. Candace, fired from every job. Baron, failed lawyer. Ian, pizza delivery guy. I'm glad I'm not on that list. Because it would just be Uber Eats guy. I couldn't even get hired by a pizza place. I had to go to Uber. Sure, keep trusting that crew. I'll be over here with the grown men. This is so cringe. So cringe. It's so crazy. I'll be over here with the grown men. Hey, you gay. Anyway, Coach Colin, the fail realtor. Yes. Oh, and here he is. This is Matt. Apparently Matt is now deciding that the whole explosive theory is completely gone, and he's going to show you his credentials, basically tell you to F off, and if you don't listen to him, you're stupid.
Welcome to the first episode of Crapping on Candace. Yes, you heard that.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. Fine.
Right, crapping on Candace Owens. For those of you guys that don't know who I am, I've been in the podcasting business for about 3 years now. My name's Matt Tardito. I also happen to be a former Green Beret, and my specialty while I was in there was an 18 Charlie. I was an explosives expert.
You got to understand. Now when people say former Green Beret, they think of Gary. I used to think of Tim Dillon. I would think of Jocko's podcast, although Jocko was a Navy SEAL. I would think about all these colossal guys that I love listening to. I love hearing their stories and reading their books. Now, when I think of it, I think of Gary and I go, well, I guess they can be bought and paid for just like everyone else. It's a sad thing. It's a very sad thing to think about. But, you know, now when I hear that, I go, oh, you're just military intel. You're just like a CIA guy, right? You're just like a Fox News correspondent. And they said, let's slap a backwards hat on this guy. And don't worry, everyone will think he's real cool. That's it. That's all I see now. It sucks because Green Berets are incredible. They're incredible. You have no idea. I used to look into their training and what they do. I mean, it's just incredible what they do. But I mean, it's starting to get tarnished by guys like this, because you know what? They used to stay pretty quiet. The community, and most of them still do. They stay very quiet, and a lot of them started speaking out. And sometimes they make the rest of them look bad, you know. But whatever, yeah.
I was an explosives expert. That little explosion you see on the door is a breaching charge that I made going into an ISIS compound overseas. Yes, that's right. Me. I personally took it, made that sucker up, and slapped it on the fucking door in order to get the job done. I am not a nobody that knows literally nothing about explosives. I'm quite the opposite. And that is why when I heard Ian Carroll and Candace Owens and everybody else in the grifting world going out spitting this ridiculous conspiracy theory again about the microphone exploding on Charlie Kirk's chest, well, I had to weigh in. And to be quite frank, I've got a lot more to say about it as well. And you guys are going to hear about that now.
Well, that's it. That's it. He made sure to tell us his credentials. He's appealing to every single dude that watches Fox News with his outfit. That's what he's going for right now. And that's it. And now you have to believe him, you know? They were just like, they brought in this guy. They were like, listen, are you okay, Mr. Wachuka? I'm fine. I'm fine. Your name's Matt Tardito? Is that how you say it? People are going to make fun of that name. I know they are. Oh, my God. All right, Matt. We just had Graham Allen tell everybody that he worked for the Pentagon. Okay? Don't tell anybody that about yourself. Okay? We just need you to dispel what the people are saying. Can you do that for me? Put a backwards hat on, wear a tank top, make sure it looks like there's stains on it, and just talk about the Mike theory. Don't tell people who you've worked for behind the scenes. Am I clear? Matt Tardio's like, yeah, for sure. For sure. I'll let everybody know that, I'm a former Green Beret and that's it. Now I'm a normal person. And I'll also let them know that I have ties to the Pentagon. No, I just, I can't, I don't know if we can. You don't tell them. Oh, I don't tell them. You mother. Okay. You don't tell them. Someone write this down for him. You don't tell them that you have any connection to the Pentagon ever in your life. Okay. All right. So I worked for the Pentagon and did he just say this? Kill this person. Someone put a microphone on him. I don't care. Blow him up. I'm not doing this anymore. He's like, oh, I'm just kidding. I got it. Don't worry. It's gonna be a great podcast. It'll be a great podcast. Don't you Gary this up. If you Gary this up, Matt, it's your last chance. Anyway, can I tell them that I met you? No. You never speak about being here. Okay. All right. There's a lot to digest here. Okay. All right. So no Pentagon. Okay. Former Green Beret. I am one. I did great work. Okay. I think I got it. Mr. Wachuka's just losing his mind. Mr. Wachuka's just going crazy. He's like, I can't keep track of these guys. This is crazy. He's like, can we just use robots? Are we at the point where we could use robots yet? Still no. Really? How much money have we given Elon? Still. Are you for real? Clones? No on the clones. Are you? We cloned a lamb like 40 years ago. What are you talking about? Still no on the people? Oh, this is crazy. This is nuts. Yeah, he's just pissed. He's just going through all his options. Mr. Wachuka, friend of the show, definite friend of the show, Mr. Wachuka. We also have Matt again, and I like how they're doing this now because what they're doing is they're making sure to say, if you'd like to see John Bray and Candace's shameless, explosive Mike theory thoroughly debunked, check the first comment. Now, right away, at least they're acknowledging John Bray. A lot of times they don't do this. I mean, that's what Brian Harpole did. He did not acknowledge anybody else who talked about him, and he made sure to acknowledge. Candace only Candace. Sorry, she's on vacation, so I'm like forgetting now. Turdio, Matt Turdio. That's a good name, but I mean, it's so close to what it sounds like that it's almost like you just leave it there. It's like you could just look at somebody and be like, yeah, whatever, you Tardo. You know what I mean? Yeah, whatever, Tardio. I mean, come on. I mean, this guy's a military guy. There's no way that people weren't just calling him a retard. There's no way. You know what kind of humor those guys have? Oh, they have ruthless humor. There's no way they weren't just calling him that word. There's no way. They had to be. Anyway, let's at least hear what Zach and John Bray were talking about.
His arguments are kind of working in my favor once you have the actual data to Wrong.
The arguments are not working in your favor now that I have your data. But that little silver ball is the equivalent of about 0.5 gram of patent. But wait, there's more. This is a 2-scale drawing of 10 millimeters by 15 millimeters with that 1/2 gram representation of pen in it. Now, remind you, this is a 2D plane.
His argument.
That was it. This is his own post. You could have, that was your own post. That was your own podcast. You didn't think to make a longer post? Okay. Well, one of the first people to comment on this was John Bray. John Bray's like, oh, I've been talking about this for months. Like, we can just do this. So John Bray, replying to what he just saw in the clip, says explosive pallet is 7 millimeters by 7.34 millimeters height. This gives exactly 0.5 G at 1.77 G / centimeter square density. I mean, John Bray so just nerding out on this one theory. It's not even funny. To try and tackle him with a 30-second clip is so ridiculous. So he goes on to say, inside diameter with a 1.5 milliliter wall thickness equals 10 millimeters outside the diameter. You're debunking yourself. I mean, just like that. And now it's over. This is what they're doing. This is their new attack dog. When did he put this out? 15 hours ago? His new attack dog, or Turning Points, or Mr. Wachuka's new attack dog, got debunked within 15 hours. What? That quick? That was it? Done now? Okay. All right. Well, it was a good try. If anybody, why doesn't this guy debate John Bray? You know why? Because he has to focus on Candace. The mission is to focus on Candace. He has to mention John Bray here and there, but the mission is to focus on Candace Owens, because that's what he's been put in there to do, Anyway, Matt Retardo, take a seat. Yeah, I mean, it's just John Bray really knows his stuff. Like, he just wrote that. Like, you think that's a thing he had to copy and paste from somewhere? He was probably just like, he talks about it every day. Every day he talks about it. I don't know, man. It was a good try, though, Tardo. It just sounds like an insult. Nice try, Tardo. It's very nice. I like it. Here, I'm just going to call this segment Retardio. There you go. Retardio. That's what I will call this segment. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming out, big guy. Anyway, what else do we got here? Oh, we had a little bit of Candace. Wait, is this the Lance Twiggs being a Fed? This might run long. Because I do have some catching up to do when it comes to Candace, guys. I really do. Actually, let's jump over here. Let's jump over here real quick. Oh, is this the back and forth between? Oh, I have too many tabs open. Jeez, I have so many tabs open here. Let me close a bunch of tabs. I think I have a back and forth between Gary and Ian. Apparently, Ian is back. And listen, if you're not seeing him on YouTube, again, jump on X, because he will be there. He will be there, and he will be slinging insults, mainly at Gary, sometimes at other people, but mainly Gary. Let me unzoom this just a bit. I got like 250 zoom here. Let me bring it down to 175 for you guys. Don't worry, I'll read it out to you. For those of you that got reading glasses on and whatnot, don't worry. Flipping tabs, yeah, so many tabs. No, we're just not willing to accept idiotic theories blatantly defies physics and common sense. He explains less than 0.01% chance as he randomly pulled that percentage from his arse. Gullible, blah, 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 blah. And then Ian jumps in and says, what do you think the chances are, Gary? 1,000 neck shots of a 30-06, 200 yards, the oldest bullets you can find, make it easy. How many do you think make a tiny entrance hole, no exit wound, no other visible damage? Let me just open it up here. How many times do you think it happens on average? What's your guess? And then, of course, Gary goes to Grok And he doesn't even hide it anymore. He just goes straight to Grok. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. He just goes straight to Grok every time, forever. This is just what Gary does. The stats and the case studies are available. You just have to look the numbers up, especially it's 100%. Empirically, it's around 100%. 100%. 100. Hold on. 100% of the time. Empirically, it's 100% of the time that a 30-odd 6 from 200 yards leaves a tiny entrance hole with no exit wound, no visible damage, no other visible damage. We're going to have to call Gary Tardo. I'm sorry, Matt. Matt, you can be tactical. You can be Paramount Tactical, Matt, okay, with your explosive nonsense, whatever you're saying. And Gary has to be Tardo. He has to be Tardo. Tardo the Giant. Tardo the Kandahar Giant. There you go. That's what we have to call Gary from now on. Oh, man. I'm sad to see it play out like this. Empirically, it's around 100%. Listen, I'm not even a math guy. This is stupid. I know 4 people by name who were shot with a 30-odd 6. Now, Shane Hill, I was just made aware of his case. Feel free to look. So, wait, Ian says out of 1,000 people, he goes, what do you think are the odds? Gary says empirically it's around 100%, and then names 4 people? Oh, come on, Gary. You guys know I like Gary. I like Gary like I like Officer Tatum. I really do. I really do, man. I think he has potential. I think he's a fun guy. It's fun to see what Gary has to say. It's a fun time when you hear Gary saying things. But this is just all 4 were hit with a 30-odd 6, 3 at close distances, closer distances than Charlie Kirk. All 4 resulted in no exit wound. Well, Gary, that's 4 people. That's 4 people out of, like, what are the percentages of 4 people out of 1,000? I don't think that's empirically 100%. Again, I'm not a math guy. Could be wrong. You know? This is so crazy. Oh my God. I'll just read the rest of it. Oh man, he's really for you to say it's 0.01% chance is total nonsense. Okay, I actually have to do this. Again, I'm not a math guy. But he's showing 4 cases. He's not showing thousands of cases. He's showing 4 cases. What is the percent if the numbers we're using are 1,000? Okay. This is how bad I am at math. I don't even know how to phrase this. What is the percent when it comes to 4 out of 1,000? I think that's a good way to phrase it. Okay, so Ian is wrong. Ian is wrong. It is not exactly. Somebody hit it right there. It is not 0.01% chance. Okay, so Gary does have that correct. But what the actual number is, based on the cases he just showed, is 0.04. Oh, sorry, 0.0. Yeah, no, I said that right, didn't I? Some people are saying 0.4. Some people just added another 0. I'm going to go with Mike Riley. He is a trusted source in this show. 0.004%. I mean, what's going on? Gary can see, but Gary can see what Ian wrote. Oh, I just lost it. Hold on. Gary can see exactly what Ian wrote. He can see the numbers that he's putting out there, and he just said it back, and he made sure to say it wrong. I'm flabbergasted right now. I didn't even mean to do this. I didn't even mean to get this flabbergasted. I was just going to read through this thing. This is crazy. Do you know how bad your math has to be for me to look and say, I think your math is wrong? You have no idea how bad your math has to be. I just named 4 examples. I can name one person off the top. Can you name one person off the top of your head who was hit with a 30-06 where it did result in an exit wound? This is so stupid. The fact is, a 30-06 resulting in no exit wound is more common than anyone thinks. You just said it's nearly 100% empirically. Your conspiracy theorists involving hundreds of people, however, the exploding microphone is a non-starter because it's impossible as determined by physics. And then he's just showing what Grok told him about physics. I mean, come on. This is not fair anymore. See what I mean? Like, Green Berets are great guys. And then this guy pops up, and the one thing that he was holding on to is that he's an X1. And now people start to look at that and they go, what's going on? They go, what? You're a what? And they don't like it anymore. And then Ian posts this compilation because of what Gary just said. This compilation was posted by Chloe Ann. Chloe Ann made this compilation. Oh, she follows me. I didn't realize that. She follows. So Chloe Ann made this compilation. Listen to what Gary says in this compilation. Of course you can't use that music. Chloe, come on now.
From around the size of a 30-06 round. I don't think that's a possibility.
No, I think we're in agreement. No, I think that's fair. I mean, I do have a footage where a guy.
Hold on. What did Gary say? Hold on. Gary's sitting with Valhalla VFT here. What does Gary say? Oh, now you're not going to play? They got to me, guys. They got me again. They get me, guys. They always get
200 meters from kind of excluding the idea that it's a direct shot from 200 meters from around the size of a 30-06 round. I don't think that's a possibility.
No, I think we're in agreement. No, I think that's fair. I mean, I do have a footage where a guy shot a ballistic dummy in the face, and again, the whole ballistic, it moves, but nothing happens to his shirt. I can't explain that. I don't know that. And again, my other big problem with all of that is, well, why don't we see an exit wound? This is exactly the amount of blood that I would expect to see.
I mean, this is exact. He just said it there. Gary has said that it couldn't be a 30-06. That's what he was saying before. That's exactly what he was saying before. Someone said, "Can I be a mod, please, Colin?" Why? Who do you want to handle? Who do you want to handle? You just tell me who. You just tell me who it is. Don't worry, I got you.
See, the guy doing hemorrhage control, doing the wound packing, he's going to have blood on his hands. He's going to be down there on his knees. He might even have had Charlie's head in his lap while he's doing the wound packing. You know, the idea that there's going to be blood everywhere is just nonsense. I just don't see it being plausible that there's no exit wound if it is a straight through the neck shot. I have a hard time explaining that. You know, given the situation. Now, if we go back to the idea that this was a direct impact to the neck from the alleged position of the shooter, you're looking at this pork butt. We have rounds that have significantly less penetrating power and less energy, and they're going right through that no problem. Given how little bit of material that we have, it's not going to be much thicker than that pork butt, and definitely less dense. You know, you're probably talking about a round penetrating 4 to 6 inches before we hit the vertebrae. So even if it hits the bone, I would expect to see an obvious and significant exit wound with, again, lots of fluid, very obvious. And so again, we have.
I now see why Ian posted this and made sure to tag Gary in it. I now understand why Ian did that to Gary, because I mean, how do you go from that to where you're at now? How do you do this? I don't understand. Like, I just don't get it. It's not like, oh, I just learned about, you know, this person and Charlie and Chuck Ritter. And it's not like he can just be like, well, I just learned about these people. He has a tremendous amount of experience because he's a tactical guy and he's a military guy. He's seen combat, so he understands already. I mean, Joe Rogan's just a hunter and he understands. His friend Cam Haines is a hunter and he understands. Just regular guys who are just hunters who haven't even gone to battle. They all understand. I don't know. I don't know how this happened. So sad. I always hear Baron. Baron's like, Gary used to be my go-to guy. He was one of my go-to guys too. Him and Valhalla. I found out about Gary before Valhalla. In fact, I would see Valhalla here and there, but I was like, oh yeah, let's listen to this guy. Then I started hearing Valhalla. Then I knew they knew each other, and I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. And then I don't know what happened. It's like they turned into Cain and Abel. They turned into Cain and Abel somehow. There's still more to this. I guess I'll keep playing it. I don't know. Gary spitting facts.
Have some strange things here going on for sure, and understand the confusion and people, including myself, trying to come up with an explanation of what's going on. But I have no other explanation of why we see a larger entrance wound than we should. We see his head go back. We don't see an exit wound. It's pretty tough to explain. Like I've been extremely disappointed with the FBI under Kash Patel. I mean, we thought we'd see some accountability. We thought we'd see some answers, and I see more obfuscation and just I feel like more smoke being blown up our ass. At least the Biden administration was like, "F you, we're not showing you anything." This one's like, "Hey, we'll show you. We're going to tell you everything, and then release a bunch of shit that's already been seen." So, all right. So I'm just going to go ahead and address this right up front. I think right now with the evidence that we have a picture of a 30-06. We have the charging documents that you can see right here. The charging documents clearly outline the fact that what they have is a 30-06. They have DNA from the 30-06. I think that the FBI has confirmed.
So you went from the FBI not being credible to now they're credible. And, hate to say it, somebody already said it in the comments, I can't say that he got paid, okay? And maybe that's what changed his tune. I can't say that. I can say he did get these contracts, okay, for like night vision or something, and it was to the tune of like $250,000. It was 2 contracts to the tune of like $250,000. And it was around the time where his stance changed. That's all I could say. But I can't say much else. Anyway, that's Gary. Gary going back and forth with Ian. A lovely thing to see. I'm very happy. I'm always happy when I see Ian back at it. He's taking it easy. Ian's just taking it easy, doing some shadow boxing. People are like, "You gonna get back out there, Freedom Speech Friday?" He's like, "No, I'm just gonna knock around Gary for a little bit. I'm just gonna get back into it, warm up a little bit, just get knock Gary around just for a few rounds. Then we'll jump back in." Thank you very much, Ian. Thank you for your service, sir. We appreciate you, Ian. We appreciate you. And then he just says he lies, blah, blah, blah. Ian, I'm not even going to get into it. Ian just completely just throws Gary around. It's just silly. It's just silly, Ian throwing people around. Pretty good for a pizza delivery guy, huh? Has those hands. Pretty strong for a pizza delivery guy to be throwing around someone as big as Gary, huh? How about that? Oh my gosh. Anyway, here, let's just jump right over here really quick. I guess we'll go into the whole Lance Twig thing. Yeah, I'm gonna end it with it's not an Officer Tatum thing, but it's like a brief little Officer Tatum call out. We'll end it with that, but let's jump over here before we do. So Lance Twiggs being a Fed, Ian is smart. Yeah, of course. Ian's very smart. People have to get over and I know a lot of you aren't even like this, but so many people have this thing where it's like, oh, some people need a degree. Some people are still in this mindset. Oh, you need a degree, you need this experience, that experience. Like, no, you don't. In this atmosphere, you do not need that. That's why Ian talks about it. I've talked about it. Just pick up a mic and go. You'll start to learn things. You'll start to figure things out. They used to say you needed to go to film school to do anything like this. It's not true. They used to say you need a team of people to do stuff like this. It's not true. You can comment on things. You can talk about things. I can talk about the UK and I'm not from the UK. You could comment on whatever you want. You can get out there and do it, man. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't just because. And I'm proof of that. Ian's proof of that. Danks is proof of that. Baze is proof of that. Barron's proof of that, although Barron's very smart. I'm sure Barron has a couple of degrees, quite honestly. Yeah. Poindexter, you know. But let's jump into Candace here. Oh, we got Tardo. I forgot. Oh, let me just write down Ian Gare. I'll just write Ian Gary. I'll just write that there. Okay, let's get into this whole thing. Lance Twiggs being a little bit of a Fed. I've been saying this for a long time. A lot of people have jumped to this conclusion. Why wouldn't you? I mean, the second that I saw that this guy wasn't under arrest, wasn't taken into custody, that said it all for me. I've seen this happen 100 times. You know, in my life, people I've been around, there was always a thing that if a bunch of people got arrested and they were all still in custody, and then one guy's like, "Hey guys, what's up?" And you're like, "How the hell did you get out of that situation? Didn't you have a pew on you and they caught you with that? Why are you here?" "Oh, I don't know, man. They just let me go." It's like, okay, never talk to that guy again. That's just the street smarts that I have. So that was enough for me when it came to Lance Twiggs. A rat, exactly. Mike Riley knows. You know, that's exactly what it is. You see someone just pop up and they should be in jail. You're just like, oh. And they say, "Hey man, what's going on? You got anything?" And you're just like, "I don't answer questions, officer." And you leave that person alone. That's it. Anyway, that's all I needed to see from Lance Twiggs myself, to think that he was some kind of informant or some kind of asset. I thought informant at first, because they do get, you know, somebody said MK handler. I definitely understand that route as well. But here's the thing. Here's the thing with someone like Lance and Tyler, you know, just to get into it before we jump into this. There are so many situations where there's been situations where the Bureau will have, like, this is a real situation that happened. I think there was 2 guys, okay? And there were these other 4 guys who were like, "We should do this thing." And I don't want to talk about what it was, but like, this is a real situation that happened. They were talking about doing the old microphone theory to something, but a big mic, you know, a big bang, you know, they were talking about doing something like that. And they got these 2 guys to go along with the plan. The 2 guys didn't make the plan. The other 4 guys did. Then they go and do the plan. They don't actually do it, but they get to the point where they are going to do it. They have now conspired and they are going to do it. And then the 2 guys get arrested. They get put in jail for decades because of what they were going to do, because it was like a domestic threat type of thing. And the other 4 guys all worked for the Bureau. It happens so much. There was one situation like that where they were all trying to get each other to do something, and they all didn't realize that they all worked for the Bureau. It happens all the time. It's crazy. So I only say that because how do we know that's not what happened to Tyler? Like, how do you know? How do you know that that wasn't Lance's job, right? We've just been talking about this because Candace revealed it. How do we know that, it's the same situation where Candace was talking about Erica being very anti-Philadelphia, and she was trying to push Charlie in that direction. Now, obviously, that's allegedly. Tucker Carlson hasn't denied it. He actually confirmed it. Candace says it's confirmed. She says she was told that by Tucker. Tucker could come out and call her a liar. He has not. But, everybody started speculating when we were talking about it that she was pushing him that way. She was trying to push him that way. Sometimes that's what these handler types will actually do. It's weird. It's weird. It's very weird. Anyway, let's get into this a little bit here. I'm going to play this. Then I have a few clips from Barron because I didn't know this. Again, I'm still catching up on Barron and Candace, and I didn't know this about Lance and his family. Maybe you guys did, but I still got to go through it. So let's listen to this.
If we continue to follow and work upon this hypothesis, then it inevitably suggests what we've all suspected, that Tyler Robinson is indeed a patsy. In order to become a patsy, to be clear, you have to have a really bad friend in your life, right? Someone that is close to you and that is willing to set you up to either gather or plant evidence against you. Someone with access to your gun, access to your clothes, like, I don't know, a roommate who you're maybe dating and becomes the only source of clear evidence, quote unquote, clear evidence against Tyler Robinson in the form of a dramatized text confession, which doesn't pass the sniff test, a handwritten note that was subsequently destroyed, which doesn't pass the sniff test, because why would you handwrite anything if you're going to just text everything up anyway? The person who, curiously, is not held for questioning by the FBI, isn't that kind of mysterious? Yeah, I would imagine if we take our theory to its natural end, Lance Twiggs might be a federal asset, a very protected federal asset. And things are pointing in that direction because yesterday news came in, rather a verdict came in. Judge Graff, which is difficult to explain, given the extraordinary role that Lance Twiggs played in shaping the narrative against his alleged boyfriend. You might think that the judge in Utah would honor the defense's request to compel Lance to show up to the preliminary hearing, which is set for the week of July 6th. Like, you're the basis of this entire case against our client. If you assume that, though, that he would say, yes, you have to come because the defense wanted to subpoena him, you would be wrong because the judge has just denied that request, okay? So just to remind you, the prosecutors in this probable cause hearing plan to represent Erica. She is the listed victim on this case, and they plan to present at that time a recorded statement from Lance Twiggs at the preliminary hearing. So essentially, Lance Twiggs is allowed to testify against Tyler Robinson in the form of a recorded statement. Robinson's team therefore argued that they should be allowed to have the opportunity to cross-examine him. Otherwise, this is hearsay. They're just allowed to say, hey, I got a recording of a guy who says you did it. Okay, but I say I didn't do it. Well, it doesn't matter because I have this recording. Twiggs now lives out of state, but the judge has ruled that the purpose of this hearing is not going to be to decide upon Robinson's guilt, but rather to determine if there's enough evidence to move the case forward. So they've said it's allowed. I allow it. It's a hearing that is allowed to move forward, built on hearsay. This is what we mean when we say that this case is going to be a show trial. That's a show trial. If you can just bring evidence into the courtroom and that evidence does not need to be vetted, then the judge is saying that's perfectly fine at this stage. That's a show trial. Could you just put yourself in that circumstance? Okay. Lance says it happened and you have no right to examine the evidence of what he's pretending, right? They have not been given access to Tyler Robinson's text messages to make sure they're real, or that they were indeed sent from their client's phone that was in Tyler Robinson's confession. Nope. They said no. We're just bringing the printouts. These are the messages. Trust me, bro. They are not allowed to question the person who says that he found the note. They're just going to play a recording of him saying that they found it. Imagine that scenario in your own life. You get hauled in, arrested for murder, and someone says, yeah, well, this person says that you did it, and we have a recording of them saying you did. And they're like, that's enough. Judge Graff says that's enough. We don't have to produce anything else for this preliminary hearing. You got to rot in prison until the real trial happens. That is why people believe the fix is in, and I am among the people in that perspective. Like I said, the hearing is going to be scheduled for the week of July 6th. I will be away on vacation, but maybe I'll have to set something up with you guys to watch it live and respond to it because this is so far beyond anything that we could have imagined. We're just living through JFK all over again.
That might be alive on X. It might be alive on X because that's what she did. I think it was not the last time she went on vacation, the time before, where she went on X for a while. It was like 40 minutes. She went live and talked about some things. Or she might just do it on YouTube. But that is the week of the 6th. Where are we at now? Oh, wait, we're on the 1st. Yeah, so yeah, there we go. There we go. We're on the 1st right now. Let me just get the calculator out. And actually, I want to see something really quick. The week of the 6th. So that's next Monday. All right. So next Monday to Friday, we can expect Candace going live. I will be there. I will be there. If she goes live, I won't do it live because I don't want to take away from anything. Not that I could take away anything from her. But I want to be there. I'll be in the chat for sure. That's for dang sure. Amazing. Okay. Okay, so let's move on to Barron. And also, just to what she was saying, it sounds like This is what it sounds like. Again, this is just the the street smart era in my life where I had to be very street smart. And I saw a lot of things happen, a lot of people going to court, a lot of people getting arrested, a lot of people going to jail, and otherwise. It seems like there's two guys that were doing something, right? It seems like that. I'm not saying this about Lance, but it seems like two guys were doing something, and one guy, like Barron actually said about Turning Point, Barron said, whoever lawyers up first will be the safest. That's pretty much what he was saying. Whoever lawyers up first will be the safest. And it was like Lance was just like, what happened? You're where? They got you? Okay. All right. Okay. Love you too. Bye-bye. I need to lawyer up real quick. And now he's good. It seems that way. Or he was just an asset the entire time and he pushed him to do this because they needed to have this executed on. And by this, I mean Charlie, right? So it's one of the two. But he's not, this is not how you treat a regular suspect. Usually you would take him in and he would be sitting in jail almost as long as Tyler's been sitting in jail, because they'd be like, you're the person that he talked to. He told you about it. Like, we have to keep you. You're definitely not leaving the state. You're not going to Houston. You're not going to Texas. You're not going anywhere. You're staying exactly where we need you to stay. That's it. And if you guys remember, when this first happened, it was said that Tyler was in witness protection for the longest time. He was in witness protection. What? I don't know. It's just all very weird to me. But let's jump into what Barron had to say about this whole thing. And honestly, when somebody brought up that, I just have to say really quick, when someone brought up that whole that handler thing about Lance, I think the notes are right over there. When you look into what he was doing, his writing and everything, I'm telling you, he seems so much like someone who was used as a handler, but also had markings of an MK type of person. And I really do think that's possible as well. I've had that theory in my head for a long time, that he is, he's very much there is someone who was also like a handler, and they were a handler for a long time. I can't mention his name was Charles, not Charlie. Charles M. You guys know Charles M? That guy? He has a lot of similarities to Lance. A lot. Anyway, let's get into it. Some people are saying I'm blurry. Hey man, quit smoking, quit drinking. Or maybe I am blurry. I don't know. Maybe it's me. What if I went into the mirror and I was blurry too? Anyway, let's play this Barron clip really quick.
Furry. He looked very much non-transitioning. He looked like a normal early 20s male with, punk rocker haircut and, probably in need of a little Clearasil, if we're being honest. But he didn't look bad. He looked like a normal kid. So the defense said, well, let's bring him in. You guys want to post a recorded video statement from him and have that be considered by the judge. Why don't we just bring him in and hear what he has to say himself? We'd like to cross-examine him. And the judges said, no, we're not going to do that. He ruled on that today. We are not going to bring him in. Well, we think he's in Houston, Texas. According to Sheriff Nate Brooksby, he's been there since, we believe, at least September of this year, very shortly after it happened. Oh, God. I can't play that because there's music playing in the background. Fox News is the worst website on the planet. But trust me, he said he's very far away from here, meaning Utah. He said he's very far away from here. That was back on September 17th. I was going to show you his statement on that, but not going to be able to. If you're keeping tabs on the Twiggs family, just want to know what's going on with the Twiggs family. His sister just returned home from a Mormon mission in Bolivia. And his parents have been jet setting all over the world. They were remarkable global travelers. They were in Bali not terrible long ago.
Of course they're Mormon, right? Of course. Like, there was nobody had to really guess that, right?
A few weeks ago, they were in Italy. Right now, I think they are either in Portugal or just returned home from Portugal in the last couple of days. So the Twiggs family's living large. Like, they're killing it. You guys remember in March of this month, of this year, just a few months ago, the Twiggs family opened like 9 businesses or something. I mean, it was something crazy. They opened a charity, several LLCs. They bought a house. They moved a house into a trust. I mean, it was crazy what all they were doing.
Wow.
The Twiggs family is killing life right now. I don't know what happened. They always seem to me, if you look at their past, it seemed like they had a little financial trouble in the past. No longer, my friends. No longer are they struggling. No. Bali, Italy, Portugal, houses, businesses, nonprofits. These people are succeeding at the game of life. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know what changed. Everything all of a sudden changed about 6 or 8 months ago. It's weird. The third thing is, and I guess this is part of saying Lance doesn't have to come testify, the state is relying very heavily on hearsay testimony called 1102 testimony in Utah. 1102 testimony.
So that's crazy. Somebody asked if Judge Graff was also a part of that church, and there's no verification of it. I just looked it up because you're right. Tyler would be screwed if that was the same thing, and or if he was a part of that. They say he works and includes heavy church areas. So it's not saying that he himself is. He's just heavily associated through work and just through where he lives and works, right? Interesting. But here, let me just see here. Hold on. Oh, Candace is reading a script like the main. Oh my gosh, you're gone. Anyway, I had no idea that this was going on with Lance's parents. I had no idea. Because here's the thing. Usually, again, my experience, what I've seen with a lot of people, hearing certain cases, seeing certain things, is that when people are in that position of informant / asset, they usually get paid pretty well. Now, I'm not saying Lance is, but Barron's saying his parents are doing all this stuff. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that they're doing all this stuff. They're jet setting, they're running around, starting businesses, starting charities. That's pretty wild. And then his parents are also, churchgoers, right? I'll call them that. They're churchgoers. Right? They're church folk, right? That's interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know what to make of that, honestly. I mean, I know what I make of it. I think, Tyler's going to be screwed. I think that's kind of what's happening right now. But who knows? Again, he might be like, yeah, I was on the roof and yeah, I had a rifle, but come on, man, I didn't take that shot. Come on, man. You guys haven't heard about the microphone theory, man? Here, hold on. I have my phone. Let me play some John Bray. Hold on. Barry, let's play this Baron Coleman video. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Wait, me hands behind my back. Oh, hold on. Let's play this video. Hold on. Maybe that's what'll happen. I don't know. I'm waiting to see. But them being infused with cash out of nowhere is usually a sign that someone's been paid off. But I also don't know if they've been infused with cash out of anywhere, and maybe they've just been they're always wealthy people, and they just decided that since their son now looks like a trucker and is no longer looking furry, that they'd celebrate with a few vacations. Maybe they've been waiting for this. Maybe he was the problem child, and they're like, we can't go anywhere as long as this kid's out and about running around. We got to stay within distance of him because he's nuts and he's banging some dude named Tyler. We got to stay close by. And then the FBI, the bureau's like, going to put him in protective custody. And they're like, thank God. Oh my gosh. You guys want to go to Italy? Let's all go to Italy. Don't worry. Lance is safe. He's with them now. Let's go. Let's leave, guys. They're just having a good time now. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Lance is becoming a bear. He looked very twinky and now he looks like a bear. Interesting guy. Looks like a trucker now. Anyway, let's get to another barren part here.
Video that we're told didn't exist. It was deleted. Well, apparently it did exist. Video from Washington County Sheriff's Office on 9/11/2025. They don't want to show us this. Why? It contains third-party witnesses that could be readily identified. Who are these third-party witnesses that could be readily identified? Are those Tyler's parents? We all know what they look like. Are they Tyler's grandpa? I mean, are they? Who are these people? Is it Lance Twiggs? And then we have the very controversial recorded statement of Lance Twiggs. Remember this?
Could that just be people who are going to pop up, kind of like that girl who was like, I saw Charlie get hit in the chest, and it was just like, whoa, so much came out, and it was wild. Is it going to be like people like that? They're just going to come out of the woodwork? Another Skylar Bard type who's going to be like, oh, I saw everything. Is it going to be like that? There's just going to be a bunch of people who are like, I saw him. I saw him. I was fresh. I just came back from doing missionary work, and I was at UVU because I absolutely love going to UVU when Charlie Kirk's there. And I saw Tyler on the roof, and I looked at him and I said, is that Tyler? And Tyler looked at me and said, yup, I'm Tyler. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then the shot went off, and I knew it was Tyler because I saw him get up and run. Is it going to just be like 6 people like that? Because that's not fair if that's what's going to happen. I mean, what can you do? But that's crazy if that's what happens. Just some people we've never heard of, and they just kept quiet this entire time. That's what we're going to see. These third-party witnesses, that's how it's going to go. I was actually on the roof because I enjoy being on the roof. I was looking at all my friends. We were all wearing maroon shirts, and we have a good time when we're in our maroon shirts. And then I look over as I'm on the roof, and I see another guy, and I'm like, hey, that's not a maroon shirt. Who's that guy? And I knew who it was right away. It's that BYU troublemaker, Tyler Robinson. And I was looking at him, and I was like, I'm going to stop that Tyler. And I saw him with a screwdriver, and he was putting something together. Reached into his pants and pulled out this whole thing. And I was just so flabbergasted. And then the shot went off, and I was like, oh my gosh, Tyler's done something terrible. That's what we're going to get? That would be fun. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be kind of fun if they popped up with a bunch of people like that. I gotta admit, it'd be. we were all just coming back from missionary work, and we all had our maroon shirts on, and we were just surveilling the area as you do because we just wanted to be useful and helpful. That's what we're taught to be, and we're just going around looking around, and then the next thing you know, we look up on the roof, and I'm like, "Hey guys, what's that up there?" And all of them saw it as well. Isn't that right, guys? And we all saw it. We knew it was Tyler right away. We could tell by his face. It wasn't Lance Twiggs, just for the record. I don't know. That's what we're going to get? That sucks.
Recorded statement was from April 20th. This is not the statement he gave to Washington County on September 11th. This is from April 20th. This is the month after his parents found a new charity, opened like 3 or 4 new LLCs, buy a house, put an old house in a trust. This is after all that takes place in March. Then Lance Twiggs comes in April and provides a statement. And now his parents are jet setting all over the world. They were in Italy a couple weeks ago. Then they were in, what was the other place? Portugal. They were somewhere else. We've got the text messages. Again, these are not actual text messages. These are photographs that could be anything, but we're not going to see them. We're not going to see them. I kind of hoped we would see these, even though they could possibly be fake, because at least they would have timestamps on them. And at least we'd be able to see where there are other text messages interspersed, because we only have what looks like part of a conversation. Then we have the Discord chats. Those are not going to be released. So we're still not going to know what Discord chats they're talking about. But again, if they're talking about the Discord chats that showed up with that AP reporter from Wisconsin.
I'm going to go. I want to fast forward to another part he gets to. Someone said, is Daisy, is it Billy from Billy and Brandy show? No, it's not. I can tell you that much. It's definitely not. I just want to speed up here where he goes to Oh, the note. Yes, there it is. Perfect. Let me hear this.
This is a little confusing. We have a photo of a note, and we don't know what that means because I thought the note was burned. Didn't you think the note was burned? What note are we talking about? But apparently this is a text message picture of a note because it says the text messages should be classified as protected. Then we have the FBI press release photographs. Well, of course, there's no objection there. They're only going to let us see the things that make it look worse for Tyler. The rifle rounds, I kind of hoped we'd see these because I want to see how much effort went into the engraving of the bullets.
Yeah, I would love to see that. That's not a thing. I think we all had this weird Mandela effect. I don't know if you guys had it too, where I felt like we saw they provided pictures of the rounds being engraved. And then all of a sudden I was like, no, there's nothing like that. And I couldn't find anything. And for some reason I thought there was. I thought someone, Crowder, I thought someone released them. But apparently that never happened. We've never seen them. But when he talks about the note, I find the note especially odd. Someone says, dude, yes. Yeah. I could have swore. Someone just said the exact same thing. I could have sworn that they were like, these were the rounds. Look. And someone said Crowder did. I remember looking into it and being like, tried to find it on his page, tried to find it anywhere, any images. And there was nothing. But I could swear at the very beginning, they showed us rounds. And as soon as people started really digging into the 30-06 and what it looked like and what kind of damage it can do, et cetera, those images were gone. If they even existed at all. I could have sworn they did. But all of a sudden, those images evaporated. Because the reason I figured that out is because when they were talking about it being frangible or this or that, I was like, well, let's see what it looks like because a frangible looks different than other rounds. So I'm like, I got to see it. And I never saw it. I could never find it. It was gone. It was gone from that time. So I would love to know that. I'd love to know. Someone said Crowder for sure did. That's what I remember. I remember it being Crowder because I said, why does he always have that type of stuff? How does he get a hold of that stuff? I found it weird. And then when I went back looking for it, I went all through his episodes, couldn't find anything. I don't know. Weird stuff. But when Barron talks about the note as well, I remember Kash Patel saying they have forensic evidence of a note. That's what they said they had. They didn't have pictures of the note. They said they had forensic evidence of a note, unless Lance actually took a picture of the note and then burned it. But that's not really how you get rid of notes. Usually how you get rid of notes is you don't take pictures of them because that you don't do that. That's not how you do it. But hey, listen, maybe he doesn't have any street smarts. You know what I mean? That is a possibility. But very interesting stuff. Just wanted to show you guys that really quick. Again, I'm just catching up. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Lance. I feel like I know what's going on. It seems like this guy, I feel like at the end of the day, if I had to say what was really going on, it seems like a combination of Mortal Kombat Ultra. It seems like a combination of that along with getting this guy into a situation that he didn't know he was going to be in. Because I really don't see a world where he's just like, I wasn't there. I mean, it would just be mind-blowing. It would be crazily mind-blowing if he's just like, I was never there. I never did anything like that. What are you guys talking about? I was in Dairy Queen. I was picking up some Dairy Queen for my good friend who I blow his back out from time to time. His name's Lance. I was just going to bring some ice cream home and I was going to blow my friend's back out. Lance Twiggs. That's all we were going to do. It was going to be a night of ice cream and blowing each other's backs out. If that's what there's no way that's what he's going to say, right? There's no way. If he says something like that, my head's going to explode. I don't think that's what he's going to say. I was just going to go home. I was just gonna go home, and make love to my friend Lance. That's all I was gonna do. I was gonna bring him ice cream. Officer Tatum in the courtroom. Prolapsed. Y'all know what that is? What y'all? I'm not leaving. No, I ain't leaving. Mama, you heard what he said? Prolapse. He a booty boy. I knew he was a booty boy. I knew the whole time he was a booty boy. Mama, prolapse. I knew it. Officer Tatum just pissed off. Prolapse. Huh? I knew it. Erica, mama, y'all see what I'm talking about? I knew they was like this. Because they on the left. And when you on the left, you got to be stupid. I knew it. Y'all booty boy bandits. Out there, and y'all took my friend out. During the trial, a man named Brandon Tatum stood up and started yelling what we only could verify as prolapsed. He then started talking about the booty boy bandits who took away his friend Charlie Kirk. It was a very emotional scene. Brandon was taken out of the courtroom and put into custody. just a mugshot of him. Like, put into custody. Apparently, he has been released. When he was asked what he meant about the booty boy bandits, he decided to not comment. Back to you, Rick. Well, it was a very emotional scene. I did see Mr. Brandon Tatum is very emotional, especially when Mr. Robinson apparently mentioned that he was going to blow his friend's back out over some Dairy Queen. It was a very heated scene. It was a very heated scene. Oh my gosh. Anyway. I'm just kidding. I hope that's not what happens. I hope Officer Tatum's safe. He says he's going to be there. He says he's going to be there in the courtroom. Apparently, Erica and Charlie's parents were in the courtroom. That was interesting to hear. That Charlie's parents actually attended. We'll see. They'll definitely be there during the main parts of the trial, and I just hope Officer Tatum doesn't embarrass them or anything like that. You know. I knew your son, and he'd never let no booty boy bandits. Mr. Kirk is just like, good God, what's wrong with this guy? This is crazy. I never liked Charlie hanging around this Erica or this Brandon Tatum. What's going on? You have to stop yelling about prolapsed booty holes in my son's case. This is a trial. Please. I'm going to stop for you. I'm only going to stop for you. But I know what these boys do. You don't understand. These boys be eating fiber. They be eating fiber. And what they be doing after that fiber leave their system, they be doing it like that. Like that. You understand? Just in front of the whole courtroom. This is in front of the whole courtroom. This is one guy in the back. And they be doing it like that, Miss Kirk. All day they be doing that. I'm just saying. I knew it when I seen him. I knew it. And now he be stupid and he telling lies about taking Dairy Queen. Don't nobody want to blow nobody's back out while they eating Dairy Queen. That don't happen. I don't believe you for a second. You a dirty booty boy, and you disgracing the name of Dairy Queen. You know? I'm sorry to drag Baron's content through the mud like this. I'm sorry, Baron. This is supposed to be a serious segment. I'm so sorry, man. I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. I apologize. I did the high IQ outfit wrong with that one. I'm sorry, guys. I was keeping it serious. but it just, I don't know, man. It's like the more you imitate Officer Tatum, the more he pulls you in. You know what I mean? It's like looking into the abyss. It looks back, you know? I'm so sorry, guys. Jeez. It's just the whole courtroom scenario. Oh my gosh. We got another Officer Tatum episode coming out at 6 p.m. If the Shawn Ryan podcast, I'm probably going to put it out at 5 p.m. because by the time that Shawn Ryan podcast hits, it's like he's going to take everything. He's going to take all the people. He's going to take all the people. So we're releasing another Officer Tatum video. Oh man, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry about that. You have no idea. When I'm not even made. They be doing it like that. He really said that. I'm not even making. It sounds like I'm a comedic genius. I'm just doing exactly what he did. I'm just doing what he did and said in a video. And they be doing it like that. He made the shape of a hole and he starts smacking it. What's wrong with it? Oh gosh. What's wrong with him? What's up with Officer Tatum? He is a wild boy. He is a wild boy, man. Telling you, ever since he went to Philadelphia, he's just been wild, man. Telling you, that chosen spit. Once that chosen spit hit him, once it hit his lips, he's like, he changed into a different person. He's a different person now. Oh man. Anyways, guys, let's get into these coffees, let's get into these supers here. I'm so sorry about that, guys. It's jeez. That's another one for the compilations, you know. My guy Jacob, he wants to make a compilation of all the Officer Tatum stuff. That's another one. Tatum impression here. Let me just write that down for him. So I have a note for him because he's been going through all the episodes. I think he went back like 20 episodes to get them all. So, you know. Anyways, guys. Oh, we got some coffees. We did supers first last time. We'll do coffees first this time. There we go. Let's be fair. Let's be fair about this one. Let's keep going here. Let's jump in. Who is first? Let me just refresh it just in case. Let me pull up. Boogie. First time using Buy Me a Coffee. Just wanted to let you know I love listening to your show every day at work. I'm a 27-year-old electrician. You have me laughing out loud at the most random parts of the day, especially when Mama stops by for a chat. Appreciate the work you do and the community you have built. Hope you and the wife and the 2 babies have a great day. Crisis King. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Crisis King, indeed. Really appreciate that. 27-year-old electrician. Good for you, man. Good for you. I remember, like, I'm happy where I went with my life, but I remember being with my buddy. He's like a brother to me. My buddy Nigel. I've known him forever. I've known him as long as I've known my brothers. Yeah, and he's like a brother to my brothers. He's family. And I remember, I think he was around that age when he got into the trade, the electrician trade. And it seems so crazy because he was like really into like, you know, like white collar jobs. He was really into like, you know, working at phone places and telecommunications and stuff. And one day he was just like, I'm going to go be an electrician. And he started, and it was hard at first because, you know, you're not getting paid a lot because you're just starting out. But now he's a master electrician and he has a company and he loves it. He loves it, you know? So good for you, man. It's a good path to be on. Really good path. I always wanted to go into the trades, you know, really, really good. I'm glad you're listening at work and it's getting you through the workday. I always appreciate that. That's the biggest compliment. Coach, I love the no hat, super smooth head look. You look more like your personality, friendly and kind. Oh, thank you. Just asking for a friend, so shout at them if you don't like this comment, but I feel courageous today. This is some comment you have going on here. We need to work on the headphones. I know you are basically 60 years old. Your math, not mine. That is what I said the other day. But you wear your headphones, but who wears headphones anymore? Oh, audio guys always wear headphones. Oh yeah, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's not an audio guy though. Joe Rogan just wears them. I don't understand why, because I'm like audio. I was an audio guy before I was a video guy, so I learned everything I know from an audio engineer. But Joe Rogan wears his headphones so he can hear his own voice as he's talking, which I think is the craziest thing ever. So when Joe Rogan's listening to his pod, when he talks, he can hear himself talking. And vice versa for the guest. I would hate that. It's the worst. Oh yeah, like the video, guys. Please like the video. Hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button, please. It helps so much. But yeah, he listens to himself and the guest in his headphones. What I listen for is usually like what this habit that I have. It started as editing. Because when you're an editor, you're sitting in front of the computer for a long time and you're usually like this. And then when you really need to like hear something to really hear if there's static or any like type of fuzziness, you go like this and you go and you listen in, right? And then you move it off and then you're just like, okay, now I can hear the world again. And it's like two different things. You need it like that. But that's why I wear it like this. So I always just wear the headphones. Plus, whenever I listen to a clip, I hear it through the headphones. But I would never get buds. I feel like, you know how Barron calls himself he doesn't call himself a podcaster. He calls himself a broadcaster. I feel the same way in regards to headphones. I would never wear bud headphones during a podcast. I think it looks ridiculous. I think it looks absolutely ridiculous. Like, what are you doing? And then your headphones suck, so you can't really hear everything. Like I can hear everything when these headphones are active. I know exactly what's going on with a clip or anything. But yeah, that's the habit that's built in me from being an editor and learning from an audio engineer for years before I stepped in front of the camera. Lastly, I love a uniform. I love just grabbing a set of clothes and not having to think about it. But I have a food business. Uniforms are essential. You, coach, are a personality. I know you love color. No, I'm not going to be wearing any like hot colors. That's for sure. Why not show us your color? I don't have any. All my the lightest thing I have is like a white Nike shirt over there. That's it. I don't wear colorful stuff. My wife did order it was like a light pink t-shirt, like a salmon color t-shirt. I have one of those coming, like a Lululemon one. I got a blue t-shirt over there. That's about it. But I just wear this stuff. I love wearing black hoodies. Plus, it makes sense for the show. It just makes sense. Always just black hoodies. Maybe one day blue. Maybe. Just wear whatever you were wearing before you usually put on your uniform. This is what I'm wearing. I take off one black hoodie, or in the morning. Sometimes I'm not even wearing a shirt, right? So I can't do that. Not yet. Soon. We'll lose another 50 pounds. I'll wear what I was wearing before I got on camera. But it's usually I'm just wearing another black hoodie or a black shirt. So I just switch it and that's it. CO merch or even PJs. Oh, I'm not wearing pajamas. What are you talking about? You couldn't even tell. Listen, pajamas. I don't wear anything when I go to sleep. Actually, I do now because we have kids. I wear my boxers. That's about it. Before the kids, oh gosh, you couldn't convince me to wear anything when I'm going to sleep. You kidding me? Anyway, love you, coach. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. But yeah, I don't have any colorful clothes. I don't wear colorful clothes. I used to have like when I worked in film and television, I used to have bright shirts, bright blue neon, bright pink neon, yellow, all these things, because I wanted people to be able to find me and to know where I am. So if they were looking for a guy, they could just be like the guy that was wearing a neon blue hat, shirt, and shoes. Where's that guy? And they'd be like, oh, that guy's over there. So that's the only time I'd dress like that. Now I just dress how I want. I used to do that out of necessity because I needed to stand out. It is a dude thing. Yeah, that's what Keith. I just had all black t-shirt. Ask my wife. Go into my closet right now. There's like a couple brown. There's like a couple, like maybe there's a green type of thing. Maybe there's like a beige thing, but it's all black hoodies. It's all black hoodies. It's summertime. It's still all black hoodies, you know. Still running errands. Miss you all so much. Hope to catch up on everything this weekend. I am making sure to hit the like button on all your videos. Anyway, back to busy life. Peace and good health to all. Hit the like. Siempre, siempre. Thank you so much, Miss Chris Viz, and I hope you're doing okay. Hope everything is good where you are. Yeah, and I hope life's keeping you busy. That's a good thing. Good thing to keep in motion. I'm not a robot. A couple of weeks ago on your show, Tatum's mama said, "Oh, baby, use a shill." And I completely lost it. I think about that every time I see trolls on X. Oh, baby, use a shill. Yeah, we need a meme that says that, so we can just post that under the shills. That's what we need. Thanks for putting a smile on my face in these dark times. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate that. She's wearing one of my black hoodies right now. Oh yeah, she's wearing one of the good ones, I think, but I haven't worn it in so long, so it's fine. Whatever. Laura. Not Loomer Lou. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I'd be shocked if you were the Loomer. First coffee ever. Yeah. See, somebody. This is exactly why I needed to stand out, right? So, this lady is part of the same film workers union that I was a part of, right? And she said, I worked at IATSE 122. Also, shout out to you. What's going on? I wore black every gig. That's what people would want. And when I was working for IATSE, so when I was there, I would wear black. If I was doing set design, or if I was doing grip work, I would wear black, because the keys and the people in charge would be like, wear black, like, you know, just in case, because you're so close to the camera all the time, there could be a glare. And then, you know, if you're wearing black, it's better. But when I would work locations, I was needed by everybody on the set. So I would always wear colorful stuff, and I was never on set. So I could get away with wearing the colorful stuff. It's film worker stuff. You know, shout out to you, 122. What's going on? What does 122 do? I was a part of like set design and stuff like that. First coffee ever. I have to stand up for Bob Dylan and his faith in Christ. No. He just literally sold his soul on camera. He's talking about the chief. He is now a believer in Christ, but he explicitly said that he gave himself. I don't care if he did anything. I don't care if he had Jesus albums. I don't care if he said he's a believer in Christ. Everybody becomes a believer in Christ when you see darkness. And everybody wants their soul to stay intact once they've sold it for fame and fortune, and they have that. That's what's happening to Jay-Z. Jay-Z talks about wanting his soul back. Kanye West talks about wanting his soul back. And they all started focusing on religion after, because they know what they've done, and they've seen the evil, and they know the evil's real. And now they want to be a part of the good, because they've taken shape. They've taken too much activity in the evil. And that's what you have with Bob Dylan as well. So thank you for your comment there. But I'm not going to be like, oh, he's Christian, sorry, he said it. No, that's not how that works. He has to repent. And he has to say who he gave his soul over to, who he actually was dealing with. And he has to repent from that and turn away. Otherwise, he's just deceiving you. Let's keep going here. I was thinking the whole MK thing last night while watching clips from the oversight committee. I really got to watch that. Our thoughts come from our mind / consciousness. Wouldn't it make sense to classify it as a spiritual possession, being our thoughts originated in our consciousness? Love you, coach. And this conspiracy of lemurs. Lemur Nation. So wait, you're saying your thoughts come from your consciousness. Wouldn't it make sense to classify it as a spiritual possessions, being our thoughts originate from our consciousness? Classify what as a spiritual possession? MK? No, you wouldn't classify that as such. Especially when you see, I don't know what you're saying here. Because if your thoughts come from your mind and your consciousness, right? And your consciousness and your mind are actually like one thing. Like your mind is actually like everything. Just like you don't think when you do this, you don't think of all the muscles it takes. You just kind of do it. So there's hard to explain. But wouldn't it make sense to classify it as spiritual? No, you wouldn't classify that as spiritual. No, definitely not. Oh, there's a video coming up. Oh gosh. Dylon Mays, they got people wishing my real estate coach to slosh around and puke. The agency must be unhappy with the prolapse. I've never heard anybody use the word bussy in one of the comments before. How dare you? How dare you? Who is this? I don't know who this is. I don't know what they're going to say. Let's check it out.
Thanks for sharing about Vinny on Monday. That was fun.
Okay. You look kind of mischievous. I was like, what's she gonna say right now? But yeah, you were the one who talked about Vinny. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, of course, I had to share about Vinny. Vinny is a disappointment. Very, very disappointed with that. But they're all fighting for their lives, man. I mean, so many people in content creation, especially when it comes to like you're a part of something like Patrick Bet Davis podcast. They were all just like workers for him and like friends of his. Now they have this and it can turn into a career. And it's like, it's hard for them to want to throw it away. It's like, you'd rather go along to get along. He might change his tune in a few years when he's more established. But for now, I get it. Like, I understand it. I don't like seeing it though. Hope the pentagram peeps of the Daily Wire and Turning Point USA enjoy their July weekend. Only a few more days until Queen C returns. Is it a few more days? I feel like it's 12 more days. Am I going to sneeze? Decide. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Mama, these mints ain't these ain't mints Coach Colin's dispensing on his show. They're truth suppositories. Make it stop, mama. Oh my gosh. You don't have to, you don't have to. Nothing I say has to be taken either way. You don't have to do that. Just ears. No, not through the mouth or otherwise. Everything I say, you just take it in through the ears. You're fine. Hey coach, I tagged you on X and direct messaged you on Instagram. I wanted to see the characters I created. I wanted me to see the characters you created of Mama and Dark Levin and the funny little details. Brittany Noel is my Instagram. Here I direct messaged you and Sparky Wonders. Brittany on X. Okay. Hoping to start a podcast soon as well. Okay. Start it now. Just figuring out how to actually start it. Anywho, thank you for all the laughs and inside jokes you have brought into my life. You have made it to my number one favorite podcast. That's amazing. Start the podcast as soon as possible. What do you mean how to start it? What do you want to talk about? And just talk about it. Yeah, just get on your phone. You know, it's so man, just get your phone and put it there and just start talking. And it's fine. It's fine. No one will mind. No one will mind if that's how you start your podcast. And it will look so cool if you keep on doing it to like episode 3000 and you become like a good podcaster and a good broadcaster and like great. And then your first episode is just this thing on the phone. I think that's amazing. Just do it. Just start it. Start it right away. I love being I go back to Joe Rogan's first video, his first podcast, probably like every 6 months. And it's like, it just looks crappy and there's snow. There's like a thing of snow falling and they don't know how to make it go away. And they just do it's great. It's great to see humble beginnings. It's so nice. I don't know. That's just me though. Love your show. Maybe one day you can collaborate with Nikki from In Cahoots podcast. It would be a great show with many laughs for sure. In Cahoots podcast. I think you've mentioned this before. I've heard that name before. I've heard that podcast name before. I think you mentioned that before. I'm up for it. I'll go on their show. Daily Watcher here and big fan, but I've come up with a pretty great skit for you. For me, every time the camera cuts back to you, your headphones continue. Your headphones continue rotated on your head until one is on your chin and the other is on the top of your head. Can they even do that? I guess they could. Yeah, it won't stay though. Okay. I swear it gets more rotated every day. You know, there's actually something like that exists, and it's this guy Ray J. I think it's from the show Love and Hip Hop. And there's this guy Ray J, and he has a hat, and he's talking to somebody, and every time it goes back to him, the hat's like a different way. And then he talks for a second, and then it's like this. And he talks, and then it's like this. And he talks, and then it's like this. Like there's something like that already, and it's actually really funny. I do like it, so that would be fun to do. You deserve all the coffee. Love your show. Thank you so much. I think Mr. Wachuka would be reacting like Rick Fox when he hears Graham Allen tell the world he's a Fed slopper. Red Fox, that is old school. That I remember seeing that when I was a kid and being like, wow, that's old television. Didn't he, what would he used to do? He used to act like he was having a heart attack, right? He'd be like, this is the big one. I don't even know if that's what his voice sounds like. This is the big one. What was his wife's name? Gladys or something like that? He'd be like, this is the big one. Oh, this is the big one. I remember that. Red Fox. Wow. Is he still alive? There's no way he's still alive. He was old when I was a kid. There's no way. Thanks for staying on the topic of who offed Charlie Kirk. Immediately after, I knew it was not Tyler Robinson, maybe the left, but my gut said the anti-Trumpers were seemingly all actors. Immediately following the event, people who were never Trumpers were all of a sudden best friends with the president. Yeah, that's 100%. 100%. Why is everybody saying Elizabeth? Why is that happening? Why did a bunch of people just say Elizabeth? It's funny because someone named Elizabeth just mentioned me, just messaged me. I'll let you know more when I know more. Are we going to change the nickname of Mikey Sugar Hips McCoy to Mikey Tremble Lips McCoy? I think you can use either one interchangeably. Not sure if I'm ready for that. Sugar Hips really has a ring to it. Listen, the hips don't go away. Listen, the lips might quiver, but it doesn't mean the hips stop shiver. I mean, what are you talking about? You can call them both. You can call him Hip Quiver if you want. You know, he doesn't mind. He walked away for our sins. Wait. So when the Department of War responded to Candace's inquiry into whether the email regarding EK being needing to be a media talking point after the I Just Want to Go Home video surfaced, It was all Graham Allen. That's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it all plays out for him. That's interesting, right? I'm sure he's not the only one in the position he had. If you guys don't know, I made a pre-recorded video about Graham Allen admitting that he worked for the Pentagon, but it was for digital media. He made sure to let Candace know, like it wasn't like I wasn't the one with my finger on the button. I was just doing digital media, and I was like, yeah. Of course you were, man. No one thinks you had your finger on the button. No one thinks you were in the situation room, dummy. So crazy. But yeah, I guess he would have something to do with things of that nature. I guess he would. And listen, this is not me speculating. This is based on the job title he said he had and what that job title actually entails. That's it. That's all I'm going based off of. Wow. Yeah, he would do something like that. He would do something corny like that. He does seem like Graham Allen has this weird TMZ type of feel to him. So I could imagine him being like, I just want to go home. That's perfect. That's perfect. We need to boost that. Gary, get to Mr. Fort Huachuca. Huh? What? Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. Mr. Huachuca, we gotta boost Erica Kirk. We gotta make sure we boost up the I just want to go home. Okay. All right. Huh? Who is this? Mom? Oh my God, Gary, did you tell your mom about classified activity? Oh, so sorry, guys. I'm just trying to run this podcast and everything. What do you mean run this podcast? I've been live the whole time. What? Gary, what have you done? Anyway, I'm just kidding. He's a nice guy. But yeah, seems like it was Graham Allen. Again, solely going off of what he said. I'm not going off of what I think. Just going off of what he actually said himself. Lindsay, thank you so much. Connie, thank you so much. Jamie. Oh yeah. Jamie Paragraphs here again, as always. All right, let's go, Jamie. Nearly all men can stand by adversity. But if you want to test a man's character, give him power. I think that was Abraham Lincoln. You wrote a whole dissertation and you didn't cite your source, whether it was Abraham Lincoln. Most of these people we actually liked or loved a lot. Now that they have a little power, they're fools. Power doesn't always corrupt. It's true. Power and money bring out more of who you actually are. I've always been told that, and I've seen it in action many times. Sometimes it reveals who someone has been all along. Exactly. Man, were we hoodwinked. On the flip side, we are going to win this war. God won't let Charlie's passing be for nothing. We are already seeing God at work now. Look what these fools have become. If it has actually been comical in some ways, in a lot of ways, actually, for me at least. The demons are thrashing. Love that you share your time with us, and your sweet wife is so amazing about it. Even though talking about all this can be overwhelming, watching your show makes it easy because it doesn't feel like doom and gloom. Lots of laughs here, especially when you live vicariously through others and pop off. Some podcasts kind of make it so depressing. Hugs to the fam. Yeah, I know that. Some podcasts, it's tough. It's tough sometimes. Like I remember feeling that way when I would watch this is back before I stopped watching Tim Pool, because he would be yelling and hitting the table, and I'd be like something like he's boosting people's cortisol. Like it's not a good thing when he's like going all crazy like that. But yeah, there's a lot of podcasts like that. Officer Tatum's like that too. He's like screaming and yelling. He's like, you kidding me? In that video that I made, that's going to come out at 6:00. I mean, he's sitting there like, you think I don't want Charlie Kirk? You think me sitting here don't want Charlie Kirk justice? And he just keeps saying that. And I'm just like, what's going on right now? Is he yelling at his audience? Who does he think is watching? It's weird. It's weird stuff, man. First coffee comment. And first and foremost, you look great, coach. I too am on a weight loss journey. I love to see brothers and sisters thriving. Andrew Master Glazer is the Turning Point USA version of Jeremy Boring, fulfilling his DD dreams by bringing it to his new position as a conspiracy gay liaison. It's liaison, actually. I don't know if you got the memo. That's but yeah, he's something. He's something. I think that's possibly the worst move from Turning Point. Now, on one side, I will say the whole debate thing, I even think that was a bad move because people who are part of Turning Point, Andrew has, as far as I've seen, and I don't watch a whole bunch of this guy's content, he's not a good faith debater. So now you're going to have people who are going under the tent. I assume this is what they want to do. They're going to be going into their debates. They're not going to be good faith. They're always going to grasp at straw men. They're going to resort to personal attacks whenever they don't have the proper information, because that's exactly what Andrew does. I think this was the worst move they've ever made. Yeah, worse than killing Charlie, you know? Oh, I'm kidding. Oh, that was a bad joke. This is a bad joke. It was a bad joke. It was a bad joke. It was a bad joke. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I know they didn't do that. I know. I'm not trying to upset you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, that was a bad move, man. Having Andrew be that. If he's even telling the truth, I don't know. He says he met up with all these people, but I mean, it's just weird. It was a very weird move. But I mean, is it any more weird than like them linking up with Gary? I guess not, you know? Anyway, I missed 2 weeks worth of shows, so I'm catching up, but I come back, I see no Bucky's hat. Also, you're looking great. The hard work is paying off. I also decided to make 2026 my year to get in good shape and toned. But a few weeks ago, I literally fell over a 2-inch uneven spot in the sidewalk while running, broke my tibia, my elbow tore, my PCL, and sprained my ankle the next week. What? My kid's mad. I got the stomach flu. What? You got a stomach flu from running? I'm kidding. That's crazy. That's all crazy. You broke your tibia. Your elbow tore. You sprained. How? And you know what? I know this is not me saying I told you so, but I'm just saying walking is the best. You don't need to be running. Okay. I'm telling you, when you bounce back from this terribleness that you've gone through, right? Someone said it was running fast. Yeah, you were running way too fast. Usain Bolt over here. I'm telling you, when you get back in working order, just walk. Just walk. Set out to get like 20,000 steps a day and you will lose weight, you know? Walk. It's so much better. You can recover from it every single day. Your body's made to do it at very long distances. Walking is the best thing possible. You can walk, you can get your heart rate up to zone 2. That is the fat loss range anyway, and just keep walking at that range. That's it. You want to make it harder? Get a weighted vest. I just got a weighted vest. Get a weighted vest. That's it. I'm telling you. Never, you don't, I'm not going to say never run. There are benefits to running, of course, but if you're just looking like to lose some weight, just start walking. I'm telling you, it's the best thing for you. Shout out to my husband for becoming Mr. Mom for 2 weeks. It's amazing to have a great spouse. Of course it is. My kid's screaming right now and I don't have to deal with it. It's amazing to have a great spouse. Also, I'm doing okay. Just found out I don't need surgery anyway. That's great. That's my embarrassing story for the day. Missed everyone in the Mint crew. Glad to be back. Thanks for all you do. That's wild. That's a lot. Yeah, take care of yourself. I'm telling you, just walk. Just walk out. When you get back, just start walking. I missed a couple of episodes because I was listening Thursday and someone pulled out in front of me and then went on vacation. I'm caught back up now. Are you saying went on vacation? Are you saying like you got in an accident? What are you talking about? Someone pulled out in front of me and then went on vacation? Are you saying you smashed into somebody because they were being careless or something? Is that what you're saying? Caught back up now. Just wanted to give a shout out to my baby girl that passed. Her birthday was yesterday, and we literally just mourned her first heavenly birthday and fourth. I miss my little girl. I miss that little girl every day. I'm glad we'll be able to see her again one day. Christ is King. Christ is King indeed. Very sorry for your loss. That is a tremendous loss. And condolences, deep condolences and deep prayer. It sounds like you're in a peaceful place from the way that you wrote this, but that's the one thing. I stopped praying for strength and courage and all these things. And whenever I'm in a situation, I pray that God carries me, right? Because that's where the peace comes in. When you're being carried by God, and then also when you give yourself over to be carried, you are putting your faith in that person. Just like if you pick up your kid, there's a certain amount of faith that they have in you that you won't drop them. You put that faith in the God, and it just feels so much better, in my opinion. So I pray that for you. I pray that you are being carried by God through that tremendous loss. Whoa. Off topic, but I tagged you in Instagram. Oh, okay. So we already read them all. Okay, we read them all. Deepest condolences there. I see. Walking with Coach is my morning routine. Everyone should go for a walk outside every day. I was late. Did we find out if Victor Marks raised the election? Victor Marks lost, so no, he did not do anything like that. He did not do anything like that. Good for him. He lost. We'll talk about it more. I'll find out about it more tomorrow. But no, he lost the election. It's probably the murder stuff that lost him the election. I don't know. I'm not a politician, not a campaign manager. It might be that. Anyway, let's get into these supers. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. I didn't even know it was July. I had no idea. I don't keep well enough track on things like this. My wife wrote me a message. I'm eating cake. All right. Well, I'm working, but save me some of the cake. It's been 30 minutes. There's no way there's any cake left. Whatever. Fine. Eat the cake. It's good cake too. It's like carrot cake. I love carrot cake, but whatever. It's fine. It's completely fine. She went a month with no sugar or anything like that, so she deserves all the cake. All the cake. See, shouldn't I be able to click on my own icon and it should say that I'm live? For some reason, it didn't. And the last time when we got a bunch of people watching the show, it did show on the icon that I was live. And they're screwing me out of that. I just realized that. Because when Baron's live, it says on his icon that he's live. It says it. Even on his older videos, it will say he's live. So you get the notification no matter what video is being watched. I'm not getting that same thing happening. What the hell is that about? Why do they do this stuff to me? What's the problem? I don't understand. What's the problem? Why do they do this with me all the time? Anyway. Does he still read super chats? Of course I do. I just read coffees first. Who's this? Cody? Cody. Oh, I remember you, Cody. Didn't you know? You didn't know Corby. Who did you know? You knew Graham Allen. I know you, Cody. I know you. Okay, let's get into it. I'll see yours soon. Coach, the humor you bring to the horrifying topics makes it more bearable. We appreciate you. Listen to yourself laugh on 2 speeds. It's hilarious. I've heard it. I've definitely heard it. I've heard it a few times, having to edit myself and stuff. Glad you enjoy it. It sounds insane to me. No one talks smack about the prego. Okay. The prego. I just saw that intro where she's like, the widow, the prego, the widow, the prego. I was like, wow. I'm like, this is crazy. Candace is closing this for once and ever. Nicholas. Candace is closing this for once and ever. Nicholas. I don't know. I think she just opened it up. I don't think she's closing it. If you're talking about the Shawn Ryan interview, add some tick necklaces, Mr. T. If I do it, if I put on some thick necklaces, yeah, kind of. Is Mr. T still alive? Is he still alive? Did he pass away? I feel like people would have talked about that if he passed away. Am I wrong? Is he gone? I hope not. Anyway, let's keep going here. Always be true again. What were the Fed sloppers actually expecting from this interview? They saw the interview with Megyn Kelly and Shawn Ryan was going off on the allies. So, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Forgot that interview even happened. Candace is a bigger deal, I guess. Much bigger deal. Candace is a much bigger deal, especially when it comes to that, because Megyn will say some things and she'll be like, the government and this and that. Candace will be like, no, we can go back thousands of years into the actual religion and I can tell you this. And like, yeah, she doesn't play around. Candace goes way deeper. As Christians, it's our duty to call out other Christians while simultaneously defending our brothers and sisters from the non-believers. Yes, definitely. Baron, episode 135, 1 hour, 34 minutes, 38 seconds. Charlie Kirk says that someone texted EK, do you really want JD to be the president? This is the day that this was the day that Butler happened. Erica said, God wants you to have your phone on. Who would text her this? Yeah. I played that, I think yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday that I played that little clip of Baron talking about that. But yes, who would text her that? I have no idea. Andrew? I mean, Andrew's connected to Miriam. I mean, it's really hard to tell. Because you know why it's also hard to tell? Because Erica's connected to so many different people. There's people who we don't even know about, who we wouldn't even think she's connected to, that she's probably connected to. So hard to tell. You know, some people were saying that she has BB. She has BB's number and she put the name as God. And that explains the whole thing. Thank you for sharing your talents and gifts with the world. You are doing important work as the aggregator of all the info in an easy to understand and superbly entertaining way. Wow. Is this Lionel's burner account? Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. That is what I try to do. The president as Jesus was actually a magician tarot card. The president as Jesus was actually a magician tarot card. Really? Okay. I didn't know that. A magician tarot card, and it was the president. Did it look like the president? Is that what you're saying? Let me see here. Yes and no about baptism. It's sacrilege to rebaptize if you've already gotten yourself baptized. Your parents can't accept Christ for you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you talking about when I said that Blake needs to get baptized? I don't know anything about him getting baptized and rebaptized. We have no idea. We're going with the assumption that he's never been baptized, not that he's been baptized once before. Have you heard the Book of Enoch, read it and tied it into what you know of the occult? Puzzle fits. No, I haven't read it. Have I? No, No. The reason I know, I'm thinking because I know so much about it. I've watched a lot of videos on it. I've watched a lot of breakdowns of it. I haven't actually read it, and that's what I have to do in order to connect it to what I know about the occult for sure. The one thing I do know, the one thing that did stand out to me, it always has, and I don't think you need the Book of Enoch to know about this, but just the Nephilim. The Nephilim seem like today's celebrities. It seems like there is an agreement or a contract where celebrities and the powerful people of today sign themselves over to the Nephilim. The Nephilim wanted to be worshipped the way God was worshipped. They wanted to feel as though they had the same power as God. And that's why they attached to celebrity and put celebrity and powerful people in position to be worshipped. Because at the end of the day, that's what they want. Nathaniel Gillis, he was just on Danny Jones' podcast. He was also on my podcast. And he was talking about how these demons, these entities, they demand worship. That is what they want more than anything, is worship. And they want to be attached to bodies that are being worshipped so they can have the vicarious worship happen to them. But yeah, I'd have to read it to get more into it. Pride Month ends. Jeremy Boring, most effective. Jeremy more effective? You think so? Every time they post on X, a groiper gets its wings. That's funny. That's actually really funny. Quartering and his Walmart trail of smears. Ew. Good gosh. His Walmart trail of smears. That sounds gross. Did you watch yeah, no, I haven't watched it yet. I have to find the part where they mention Charlie. I want to hear what they're actually talking about. I had a clip of it and I had it ready, and then I couldn't find it when I was trying to be on time, because I'm making that very important this week and all weeks. I think they meant Wanda, the ugly character. Wanda, the ugly woman character. I don't know who that is. Who is that? I have no idea who that is. Coach, please do a poll how to spell mama. I actually need that myself. I need that myself, because if we're ever going to make merch that says mama on it, we definitely need the correct spelling. Did you coordinate with Baron, Daisy, Rosie? No, I didn't. She said that. I found it funny because I thought of Daisy right away. I don't get to name people. This is not the kind of outfit we run. I'm going to call you Rosie because Baron has a Daisy. Baron has a Daisy, so I'm going to call you Rosie. That's your name from now on, lady. You understand? No, I don't do that. She did that herself. Oh man. Turning Point USA debate at the Adam Sosik level. Total flops. Yeah, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. They are going to be Adam level. Please read my first ever coffee about Dylan in our a believer in our Savior. YouTube would not let me say. Oh, okay, his faith is seen through the last 50 years of music. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're being deceived. I watch people do it all the time. Little Nas X just came out and he's like, "Oh, I am saved." They all do it. They all do it. All of them do it. You can find countless ones of them doing it. They will all appear. Look at, and I'll upset some people with this. Look at Kirk Franklin. Kirk Franklin's wearing makeup and lipstick and all of this stuff, and he's supposed to be this preacher, gospel musical artist, and people actually feel like they're getting the word or they're actually praising through this guy and his music. Yeah, no, not for me. Not for me. People in the music industry will deceive you constantly. That's what they're meant to do. Who's Andrew? I only know Charlie. Last name Wilson. Oh, D. Anderson. What's going on, man? D. Anderson in the house. Researcher extraordinaire. Corey Lasky. Mama, I went on Piers Morgan and got a prolapse, mama. Dave Smith owned me, mama. Oh, baby, You know you can't be lying to Dave. You's a moron, baby. That's so funny. I have not seen Officer Tatum and Dave Smith on Pierce Morgan. Did that just happen? Or is that like an older thing? I got to check that out. Search one man, one jar to find Andrew's video. Ha! No way. No way. But we found it. Don't worry. Even if the jar was slippery, Baron is going to crush the glass, twisting it as I would as a father. He's a CrossFit coach. Yeah, I know. Exactly. It's so funny you said that. You know, that's like a regular dad reflex. That's exactly what I thought. I thought to myself, if I had to do that, I might squeeze it so hard that I break it, because it's that important to open the jar in front of your family. It's that important. You don't need to be in front of thousands of people online. 2 people, just two, that's it. Make you go nuts, bring out the strength in you. Andrew's never had that, man. He's never had that. I'm telling you. It's a different mode. I feel like we need to welcome Hassan Abi into the creators clique. Not a socialist, but he is a huge change maker, and he gets a lot of hate. He's effing hilarious. We are Charlie. He is actually funny. He's Chank's nephew from the Young Turk. I think Sank, is that how you say his name? People call him Chunk Yogurt, but he is actually his nephew, and he's kind of funny, but also I don't like a lot of his takes. When it comes to Hassan Abi, okay, I didn't even know, is it Abi? When it comes to Hassan and Asmund Gold, they've been at like this little, like, it's almost like Drake and Kendrick Lamar. They've been at this like little beef with each other for the longest time. I'm team Asmund Gold all day. So I like Asmund Gold way better than I like Hassan. Way better. I just don't like somebody who talks about the rich being the problem while he is an active millionaire living in Beverly Hills. I just think that's so, like, there's no problem being rich and living in Beverly Hills. I think that's great. I'd love to have a house in Beverly Hills. But don't then turn and say the rich people are the problem. That's crazy. You know what I mean? It's like Bernie Sanders. He's worth like $20 million. And he's like, oh, these millionaires, the millionaires, they're the real problem. And it's like, bro, you're rich. What are you talking about? Like, you're richer than most of us will ever even imagine being. Oh, well, I get this book deals. There's book deals, and that's all this is. This is for my book deals here. It's like, yeah, but you're still a millionaire, bro. You're still a millionaire. You know? So Hassan does a lot of that, but he is funny. I think a lot of those guys are funny. Yeah, I think Nick is hilarious. I think Asmund's hilarious. I think Hassan's hilarious. They're funny guys. Coach Victor Marks was within 1% of winning the primaries last night. How is this happening? He also raised $2.3 million and spent it all. I bet he did. Retooling America. That was his slogan. I'm retooling America. Coach, math works much different in Kandahar. You wouldn't understand. Kandahar math, giant math is different than other people's math. I understand. My apologies. Sorry, Gary. I do apologize. Even if Ian were wrong, Gary is 2. He's counting. Gary is 2. He's counting Charlie Kirk. Well, yeah. I mean, it's just I don't know. It's so silly. The whole thing's so silly. Ian was actually more right in the whole situation. If you can be more right. Cody, see, I told you I'd get to you, Cody. Soon I will show you who and what Graham really is. Had to finish something else first. I have compounded every lie he has said, and I'm about to confront him with it and show how it correlates with Mortal Kombat Ultra. I had to finish my book first. Okay. Well, everything that he's said, every lie that he said, you're going to put it all together and confront him. How are you going to confront him? I know you have your YouTube. I know you have that. Has he ever responded to you at all? I know you were still in here, like half an hour ago. Has he ever responded to you when you brought any of this stuff up? Because it's funny. I'm sure you have more information, but he outed himself. Like when you first start, when Cody, for those of you that don't know, Cody commented months ago about Graham Allen and who he actually was. And he ended up making, I think, like a 2-hour video talking about his experiences with Graham Allen. And I don't know if Graham ever responded, but it's crazy how, I don't know what, 3 months later, Graham has come out himself and like outed himself in such a way. It's so weird. So weird. Anyway, yeah, let me know. Let me know what you do. If you put it on YouTube, let me know and I'll definitely check it out, just like last time. Thank you, Coach and Mrs. Coach. Bless your family. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We do appreciate that. Great live, always bringing us the tea. That's what is this against better judgment? I just saw your channel. I just saw you. I forget where. I think on X. I think I saw a clip of you on X. And it's funny, you're bringing us all the tea, because I felt like in the clip I saw of you, you were bringing the tea as well. And I like the vibe. I like the tea bringing vibe. I don't, it's just like, I don't know. I like it a lot. I feel like we could vibe. We could definitely vibe together, talking about, Zesty Blake and things of that nature. But yeah, I've seen your clips and stuff. Yeah. Keep on going. I know you're a smaller channel, but keep on going. Keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. It's gonna pay off, definitely. And if you're having fun, why not keep doing it? See, that's why the tea is fun. The tea is fun. Get into the tea. Message me. I don't know if you're on X. Message me if you're on X. We should collab on something. Cody again. I had to take the first video down because some strange things were happening. This time, it will be a little different. This time, I'm prepared to lose my job if it comes to it. Well, I would not advise you to lose your job, but if what Graham has done to you is that important, then, you got to do what you got to do. But yeah, it's weird. Some weird things started happening. So maybe you got confronted. I guess because you guys kind of had a serving together, and then also who Graham was working for at the time. I guess they could make some weird things happen around you. That's very interesting. I would love to know more about that. Please tell us more about that, Cody. That would be great. Lisa, waiting to catch a live to say thank you for the belly laughs about the 10 cassettes for 1 penny. Thanks for the memories. Your show is the best. Where wasn't that? Was that the day? Were those the days you could get 10 cassettes, 1 penny? And you're like, what? Is this real? It was real. Oh, they would give you a whole bunch and they'd never stop giving them to you. Oh, once you signed up, that was it. That was it. You get them forever. I don't even know. There's probably some people still receiving them. It was crazy. You'd get cassettes. I think there was like a VHS thing as well. It was nuts back in the day. Now you can't get nothing. Now you can't even now if you download something, you still have to be connected to the internet to play it. And you're like, what is this? You're like, I pay for this thing monthly. I'm downloading something. I can't even play it when I'm out in the sticks somewhere. This is ridiculous. It's crazy. I sound old, huh? I sound real old. Nothing is ever going to happen in this case, despite whatever evidence is presented. This was a sanctioned bang by the agency and others. It's all theater now. Maybe. I don't know. I think that's how it was supposed to go. I think what you're seeing is something that wasn't supposed to happen. What we're seeing now play out wasn't supposed to happen. New York Post had an article with it and a pic of the pew pew. Really, when it came to the rounds, I would love to find that. The researcher actually messaged me and said that's her new mission. She wants to find those images. It's very hard to find those, though. I couldn't find them. I looked for like an hour, but I'm not as good as she is. Moving the headphones around is like moving the mole from Robin Hood Men in Tights, the movie with Dave Chappelle wearing a dress. That was kind of a gown. That was kind of like a, people were always trying to give, bail Dave Chappelle out of that. They were like, that wasn't really a dress. It was kind of like it wasn't really. But yes, it was a dress. You're right. I haven't seen that. That movie's old. That movie is an oldie now. Very old movie now. Jeez. I'll buy you a carrot cake, my man. You'll buy me a whole carrot cake? Nah, don't do that. I can't do that. I've decided I'm only eating gluten and dairy that is from Italy. That is my move. Unless it's like a cinnamon bun or something. I love cinnamon buns. But I've decided that's what I'm going to do from now on. Because it's just better. It's just better for you. If you just read about what they do versus what we do in North America, I mean, it's worlds better. Wolfie, did you see Dee Dee's show last night? Charlie Kirk, Kobe Bryant. He went deep down some dark rabbit holes and brought some very compelling receipts. Really? I feel like Dee Dee just messaged me. I'm really bad at responding to messages. I feel like he just messaged me. I should check that out. I won't check it now. But thanks for the LOLs. What if Tatum had a Caribbean grandma? If you had a Caribbean grandma, I don't know. He'd probably still be a cop. Yeah, there'd be no switching over to social media. That's for sure. Nope. None of that. There'd be none of that. That's for dang sure. It would be really tough for him to be the way he is right now. It'd be a lot of licks, as they call them. That's what they call them. They call them licks. It'd be a lot of licks for that man if he had a Caribbean grandma. It'd be rough. It'd be rough for him. Let me keep going here. Oh yeah, back to the Dee Dee thing. Yeah, Charlie Kirk, Kobe. I don't even have to see the show that you're talking about. I know exactly what he's talking about, because exactly the way that the world reacted to Kobe is the same way they reacted to Charlie. And if I get into it, I don't know if he got into it. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But Kobe used to have the number, I believe it was first he was the number 8. So he was the number, or maybe either way, he was the number 8 and he was the number 24. If you put 8 and 24 together, what do you get? What number do you get? Right? Think about what number is that? 24. So it goes up to 30. Then there's 2 left. It goes to 32. 32. I think both of these gentlemen were at the door of being one higher than 32. You get what I'm putting down? And they were both breaking away from the system that they were supposed to be in. Both of them were. Both of them had a very, very deep love of Christ. Kobe was the only guy in the NBA. I shouldn't say only guy, but only like really big guy who was like always talking about Jesus, always talking about Christ. Both of them were extremely well spoken. Both of them could articulate themselves in incredible ways. Both of them were going to do incredible things going forward. And they seemed like the perfect offering. For that class of people. They were like kings, those guys, and I don't mean like royalty, but I mean like in how they held themselves, in what they were, in what they could build. Anyway, I'll watch what he did. I'll check it out. We were talking about baptism in the chat. Okay. So what are you talking about in the chat? Why don't you just chat about it? I was making a point that infant baptism was a child before sacrifice. Adult baptism is the way. That's not true. Zach Costello actually made a great point about that. He made a great point about that when I think he was on my show. He made a fantastic point about that. Because I was talking about my father getting me baptized when I was a baby. I want to do that for my son too. He was talking about that, and he was saying how even though your dad wasn't around for you, he still made sure to do that one thing before he left, and he like wasn't around anymore. He's like, in that one thing actually like cemented you to the Holy Spirit. It actually solidified, like connected you to the Holy Spirit, and that stays with you throughout your whole life. He's like, it's actually a beautiful thing. And as you can see, and he was talking to me, he's like, you know, throughout your life, you felt this connection. He's like, well, that's where that connection started. That connection was solidified when you were a child, when you were a baby, when you were an infant. And he did that for you. And now you look back at my life, and now I'm connected to Christ. There's a big thing there. But I know there's a lot of people who feel like that's not the way. And well, I would say there's a lot of, what was it, Protestant? I know there's a lot of Protestants that feel that's not the way. A lot of Catholics do feel that's the way. I would have to agree with the Catholics in that sense. I definitely agree with that. And I want to do that for my son too. I think that's a smart thing to do. Yeah, a lot of Protestants. Yeah, exactly. I think that is the thing to do, actually. You know, I think it's good to, because then you could also, with that same argument, you can say, well, you shouldn't have your kids pray. I mean, like we have a 2-year-old, like their 2-year-old just prayed with us today. I was like, let's do prayer. And she ran up, she grabbed our hands. I could easily say, oh, well, I shouldn't do that because, you know, she's not actually connected. She doesn't actually know what she's doing. No. I would disagree there. Nothing about Turning Point's response feels normal. If the truth mattered, the focus would be justice, answers, accountability, and not performance, forgiveness tours, or business as usual. That's true. Well, yeah. Someone just said they were raised Protestant and never baptized. Yeah, because they wait for you to decide to be baptized. You have to go and say, I'd like to be baptized now. In other sections, they just say, no, it's time. It's time. You're a child of God, and it's time for you to go through that step. Jamie Foxx character Wanda with a blonde wig. Oh, it does look like Wanda with a blonde wig. Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. Do I have it up still? Did I close that monstrosity? Yeah, I did. I already got rid of it. Did I? No, it's right here. Yeah. It does look like Wanda with the blonde wig. And the crossed eyes too. Wow. Good call. That's exactly what that looks like. Solid call. I'll allow it. Solid. I literally want to be the Zeitgeist mod. How do I get this honor, coach? I don't know who you are. Who are you? I had to take the video down, so he might not have even seen him, or he might not have seen it, the video. Perhaps. I don't know. A lot of people were talking about it. I feel like a few people shared it with him on X too, or at least tagged him in it. EK and CK's parents are going to Tyler Robinson's hearing together. Yeah, definitely. England just scored 2-1. Thank you for the update, Vicky. We do appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Anyway, who are they playing against? America? They're going to lose. How about that? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know anything about sports. I know a little bit about, what I care about. That's about it. I'm not caught up on everything. Let's see if there's any more coffees that rolled in. Let me see here. Is there one? I believe there's one. Whoa. Okay. I can tell you right off the bat here. Let's go right here. Someone said, but does it count that for anything that Hassan made his own money? No, he didn't. Well, there's that at first. He did an interview recently where he shared that he started having socialist ideas because he was in primary school and he didn't understand why his family's gardeners. Are you saying gardener? He didn't understand why his family's gardener's son didn't have the same stuff he had access to, and went to the same school. Are you, so you don't, okay, so you're not connecting it, right? You're saying he made his own money. And then you're also saying his parents had a gardener? You understand what you're saying, right? You have to understand what you're saying, right? So Hassan's like what? I'll say 25 to 30 years old. We're saying 25 years ago, his parents had a gardener. Do you understand? You get what I'm saying, right? That's a very rich thing to have, a gardener. You understand that, right? That's not like 40. That's not like $40 a month. That's a thing. Anyway. So no, he didn't start with his own money. He didn't have no money and then all of a sudden start streaming and have a lot of money. No. He came from money, and maybe not Elon Musk money, but he came from money, had the opportunity to be online for hours at a time, and then got big streaming. That's a big difference. That's like someone saying Bill Gates made all his own money. It's like Bill Gates' father owned computer labs, and Bill Gates was able to be in the computer labs, which cost $500 an hour at the time. And that's how he learned computers. So yes, he did it on his own, but it's because his dad had a tremendous impact and wealth and afforded him the opportunity to learn these things. Not the same thing. Anyway. Oh, sorry, there's still more. Oh, there's a lot more. Okay. He's not phony. And why do we dox the successful for getting there? Dox. Okay, I'm almost about done with you since you've just said this. Why do we dox the successful for getting there? So I don't know what you're talking about in terms of doxing. No idea what you're talking about. One day you may be a millionaire. Same with Baron. Candace made her own money. Do we have to look down? Candace was poor. Baron seems like he was poor too. I have a pretty good read on that, just from what I've heard about like what he's talked about when we've spoken. He seems like he didn't grow up with much money either. Candace didn't grow up with money. Big difference there. Like I don't think you're really making proper connections. Candace and Baron didn't have the same opportunities afforded to them by their parents that Hassan had afforded to him. Also, he has, what am I even talking? Why am I even acting like I know what I'm talking about? His uncle was one of the first YouTubers, point blank, period. His uncle understood the internet landscape better than most people, and he followed. You think his uncle had nothing to do with what he does now? You're crazy. What are you talking about? This is a nonsense. What does Candace say? A nonsense? She always says a nonsense. This is a nonsense that you're talking about right now. And I was poor. You're talking about I might be I will be a millionaire one day, I'm sure. Through business. I'm sure it'll be through business. I don't know if it'll be through all this, but it'll be definitely through working. I've been working hard my whole life. I had to learn my skills. I had to work and acquire the skills. No one afforded it to me. It was the opposite. It was actually, you can't be at home and just learn skills. You actually have to work. And whatever time you have after you work as a teenager, you have to now figure out how to acquire skills. What are you talking about? Terrible examples all the way through. Who's this? Rose? Terrible examples all the way through. Horrible examples all the way through. You need to learn more about Hassan's upbringing. You need to learn way more about it. Okay. He didn't grow up poor. Sorry. He didn't grow up like Candace grew up. Sorry. I mean, just crazy. It's crazy nonsense. I'm a self-made woman who supports my aged mother and family. I was broke 8 years ago. Hard work doesn't need to be looked down upon. I'm not. What are you talking? You suck. You suck. So I'm not looking down on hard work. He had his family help him. He had a family who had money, and he had an uncle who was on YouTube doing the online thing before anybody else was doing the online thing. So he literally had a source, two sources. One source enabled him to stream for hours. The other source enabled him with a path of where he can go with this career online. That is far more than anyone who you see online gets. What are we talking about here? And then I compare him to Asmund Gold. Asmund Gold grew up like a hillbilly. He grew up like a hillbilly, and he made it happen. What are you talking about? Someone just said my parents had a gardener. My mom, yeah, my family had a remote. My family had a remote. It was me. This is crazy. This is silly. This is silly stuff here. What are you talking about? This is so wild. Hassan's not a phone. Like, what are you? I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't understand that his. Listen, I apologize. Okay, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. You didn't understand that his uncle clearly gave him a road path of where he can go with his career online, and his parents were successful enough that they could have things like a gardener. So now when you look at him and he provides for his parents, okay, think about what that actually is. Like, what is he actually providing for them? One of his parents has a brother that's a multi-millionaire from YouTube and speaking gigs. You're not thinking properly in this whole thing. You're not thinking properly at all. He is borderline a Nepo baby. He's borderline a Nepo baby. Borderline. His YouTube's been around for what, 25 years? His uncle's had a YouTube channel for almost 20 years. They were one of the first YouTube channels. They have billions of views. That equals millions and millions of dollars. The Mike Riley, my dad cleaned toilets. My mom started a cleaning company when she was 58 years old, and she made me clean toilets. And I got paid like $10. I got paid like $10 a day. And I'd buy weed and pizza. Anyway. Yeah, Nepo adjacent. Like Nepo adjacent. Like you have an uncle and you're like, hey man, like you're online, like I'm doing this thing. You think they were just disconnected from each other? Like, screw you, uncle. What? I mean, I'm sorry. It's just such a nonsensical take. Like, I say this to people all the time online. If I ever get into a back and forth with someone about Candace, about Baron, about anybody, I say, just tell me you hate Candace in all caps, and let's leave it at that. Because at least then you're being honest. If you like Hassan, just say, I like Hassan. But when you bring up all these nonsensical arguments, it's so silly. You look silly. This is silliness. His parents had a gardener, and that really made him look at socialist ideas. He was looking at he was standing on his balcony, looking down at his gardener and wondering, why does the gardener's son have to be covered in dirt and I'm all clean up here? I don't understand. Anyway. A gardener in the 90s? It's crazy. People are saying I had a Joe moment. I feel like the Joe. This is crazy. Over Hassan. Why are you looking down on his hard work? You know, that's like when people look at Sam Harris. Sam Harris, they're like, whoa, Sam Harris just made it happen. And, Sam Harris's mom wrote the Golden Girls. She created the Golden Girls. She's known in Hollywood as the most prolific sitcom writer ever. And they're like, well, he doesn't have any connection to his mother. He's a neural, so it's different. Are you crazy? She gave him all his connections. Are you nuts? Anyway. Yes, don't be a Joe. Let's just end it at that. Don't be a Joe. You're wrong. Wood? Dutton Wood? You're wrong, Dutton Wood. Okay? I assure you you're wrong about what you're saying. You know? Good try, though. Very good try. You know? I respect the try, but good gosh. Jeez. Someone said these people don't understand hard work. I mean, real hard work? Real leaps of faith? Buddy, I wish. You know? I had to take a real leap of faith. Oh my gosh. You have no idea how many leaps of faith I had to take to get here. All the hard work, working in labor unions and this guy had an uncle that was a successful YouTuber and he became a successful streamer. And you're like, I don't really see the connection there. I don't know. He had his dad, his family had a gardener. I don't really see anything there. I think that's just a normal thing that people have. Are you out of your mind? Anyway. Oh, someone said they sent me a coffee. Okay, all right, I'll look at it. It better not be more of this BS. Better not be. It better not be. I didn't see it. It's not popping up. Who said that? Who said I bought you coffee? Who said that? I just saw somebody say that. Coach, I sent you a coffee. Shira, I'm not seeing anything. Nothing popped up on my phone. Nothing's popping up on the website. I don't know why the website's like that sometimes. It's weird because nothing's popping up. Nothing's popping up. Bailey. Oh, Shira. Okay. I see you, Shira. I see you. I'll come right back for Shira. Let's go. Have you looked into the 2013 20th annual Watermill Center summer benefit? That year's theme was Devil's Heaven, Lady Gaga video. Interesting timing. In my year's research, 2014 comes up over and over again. An important year for those people, the elites. Tried my hardest to make the message short. It's way harder than research. Much love to you and the babies. Thank you so much. Where did this come from? Hey, Coach, every morning I pick up my phone and it's to you I look for. I found myself having withdrawals whenever you're not there. Thank you. Everything at the moment is so depressing. However, I always make things, I always make things better while at the same time bringing the news. You made me laugh so hard to the point of crying. Coach, you already probably know about the audio delay. I tried fixing it. I don't know. I gotta look into it. I gotta ask my editor. The channel manager, because he's like a film guy. He knows how to do this. The audio delay, are you working to fix it? I tried to adjust it. I've tried to watch using different devices. It's the same. It's weird how it's for some people and not for others. What is this? Breaking the budget. Oh gosh, there's a bunch of coffees. Okay, all right, well, thank you, Shira. Bailey here, love your channel. I watch every day, not gonna lie. No hats to me. No hats throws me off randomly, but it's awesome. Can you please enable jewels in YouTube gifts? I don't know what those are. I have a bunch I want to send you. Okay. I have no idea what those are. What are jewels? Anyway, there's some more here, but I'm going to get to them tomorrow. 100% I'm going to, but we got to jump on. We're 4 hours deep here, guys. 4 hours and 7 minutes. Look at this. I got to get going. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate you guys very, very much. Even the annoyances. of course, because we're all kind of annoying here. You know what I mean? Me especially, very annoying. But thank you guys so much for being here. Do appreciate it very much. And I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Baron is going live today, so please make sure to catch that. I'm sure he's going to be bringing us some really incredible stuff. And that's it. I will see you guys tomorrow. I've been on time every day this week. You guys notice that? Been on time every day this week, and I will be on time tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp.